Oops, wrong. Sorry, force of habit. Here we are. Hello. Did you like the EMB? AMB? Just to clarify, yeah, I didn't make it. I was like, I need a very cool video to start this off, and I just looked around, and I found that, and it's so amazing. But if you liked it, I'm gonna send the link. I don't know if the bot will kill me. If it does, Cat, just resend the link for me. If you wanna go, like, give it thumbs up and whatever, I'll remove it from the bot, of course, because I did not ask for permission to use it. I just went ahead and was like, I like this, I'm gonna use it. Your avatar will fit perfectly as a neural cloud doll. Oh, that's amazing. But yeah, here we are. Disclaimer. I finished this last night. Also, do let me know we love stealing, hell yeah. But yeah, no, that's why it will be removed from the bot later. Permission, what's that, Lemao? I just needed I needed a cool A and B with, like, that encompass, like, all the shit that has gone down until now. Twitch does a bit, yes, exactly, yeah, Twitch, I'm joking. I will not keep the video on Twitch, please. But yeah, disclaimer, I finished this last night. I did not have time to, like, go, like, have a run at it. So excuse me if I stumble a bit. While trying to remember all the shit that I wrote down. Can I keep this on top? No. Okay. But yeah, hope you guys are ready. We are here. Is the music fine? Is it, like, okay? I think I asked, but nobody answered. But yeah, I am both excited and very nervous. But let's go. So, yes, the lore of Girls Frontline. Bump me just a smidge? Okay. Let me see my microphone audio here. Oh yeah, it is? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I can't. Okay, there we go. There we go. I bumped my voice a little bit. But yeah, lore of Girls Frontline. This is gonna be long. This is just a warning. Hope you guys had, like, food or drink, because this is 62 slides. From production quality being the Marvel movie to my Morbius. I'm having food delivered, let's go. So yeah, I'm gonna start, as I said, world setting, main factions, and main characters, so that this is gonna be kinda long. I'm not gonna go into full did you turn redeems off? No. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Yes. On it. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want. Everyone's so brave. Okay, but yeah, gonna start with the world setting, main factions, and main characters. This is probably gonna be the longest one, and it's just part 1 because I plan on doing more. Because I do wanna go into the events properly, you know, like proper story summaries, because here I'm kind of just, like, rushing through everything quite a bit. So yeah, if you have any questions at any point, just ask. If it's something that I know, I will answer. If it's something that is answered later on in the slide, maybe I'll ignore it. Or I'll tell you, like, wait for it. But yeah, let's go. So, this is your last spoiler warning. I've showed this. I've said a spoiler warning so many times. This is your last warning. If you don't want to be spoiled about the game, get out. This is just for EN though. I have not read much of what's happening on the home server, in CN server. So basically this, I will just be mindlessly talking about stuff that happens from the start of the game up until the event that's coming next week, that's Mirror Stage. So yeah, we start with the war setting. As I said, this is pretty much a history class. So much history, guys. So this is gonna be probably the longest part, and it's mostly gonna be me going through points, because it's pretty much just a timeline of events, and like some I will explain, some I will just like note down. So for this, I mean, I took almost all my information from the IOP wiki that had all their information from something called the confidential files. And a lot also because a lot of the world building comes from Mika's previous game, which is Bakery Girl. So yeah, that are like the main sources of lore aside from the game, of course, because this and like Bakery Girl is what really goes into like the world background, like the world setting. So we start with saying that Gears Frontline is basically an alternate history story. What this means, if you don't know, it's basically stories that are like, pretty much they follow the Mika extended universe, yeah, pretty much. What this means that are stories pretty much that they follow the same world history until like at one point something different happens, and then it deviates. And in Gears Frontline case, it's when they find a relic site in Russia in 1905. So that's why this is long. Gotta cover all the period from 1905 to 2062. So I'm gonna go into relics a little more later. I mean, relics will keep popping up, but basically they're ancient artifacts developed by an unknown civilization from before, and they're fueled by something called collapse fluid. We haven't gotten much info on them, like where they were. Like, we just know it's an unknown civilization. We don't know if they were like an ancient civilization that was here before us and something happened to them, or if it was aliens. We don't know, but it's there and they can do crazy shit. Then World War II begins, and the Soviet Union takes control of relic technology in Germany. Alien juice, yeah, we pretty much, a lot of the fan base pretty much calls it alien juice. Okay, then we go to 1950. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union starts something called the Project Starfish. Everything that's like underlined that you see, all those like names and stuff, it's because it will come back later. It will be relevant later. So like, even if you don't really get it now, just keep it in mind. So yeah, the Soviet Union starts Project Starfish, which is basically to research and synthesize these relics. This will be on the test, yeah, pretty much. And then on 1955, the United States discovers relic sites, and then they begin their own research. And remember, this is all while the Cold War is going on. Isn't that a Suicide Squad thing? I don't know, maybe? Gears Frontline makes a lot of references to a lot of things. I doubt this it is, because pretty sure Suicide Squad is newer than that, but yeah, don't be surprised if you find like names that reference some other stuff. Because everyone at Mika is a bunch of nerds and I love them for it. As a side note, an interesting side note that I wrote like down in my notes, I don't know if you guys are aware of the Tunguska event in real life. Like here in World Game, it also happened. It was actually an accident caused by relic experiments. So we move on. 1961. So the Starfish, remember the project Starfish in Russia? They produced their first experimental weapons. I don't know why they're called like that, but they're called like that. They're called morons. Moron, or later to be called pikes. 10 years later, 1971, the Moron will be upgraded into Pike. They're basically experimental weapons that use collapsed fluid as fuel to generate a force field that deconstructs matter into atoms. So yeah, they basically make you disappear. Whoa, experimental weapon. Wait, I have a note for when they were first used. Oh no, they were paraded in the October Revolution Parade in 1961 to counter the diplomatic aggressiveness of the US. This, in response, caused the US to abandon the Apollo project and focus instead of relic research. The Moron Pike, the legendary weapon. Y'all look at these morons. Then in 1962, the first quote-unquote alien corpse is found in the Baylan Island ruins. And they named it Gavirul. Yeah, the space program got put on hold so they could work more on relic technology. And as I put like alien in between quotes, because I said I don't think we really got enough confirmation or whether this unknown civilization is like something from before that was already on Earth, or if they're actually aliens. Yeah, that's why it is like in between quotes. Because yeah, I couldn't find, as I said, I couldn't find any confirmation anywhere. But it's just like, it's just a thing that we all just treated like, oh yeah, like the aliens, haha, or like the alien technology and the alien fluid. They are aliens from Earth. Oh no, the worst kind. Let me see. No. Then in 1965, East Germany establishes something called, I'm not gonna read that, I don't know how to say it, but yeah, they established that group to analyze electronic signals from the relics. I will go a little more into that group later, because it does come up later on. Ancient Aliens was right all along. I mean, it could be too. Wonche, I think? Maybe. Any Germans on chat? That's not 90 Wish, is it? It is the precursor to 90 Wish. But it's way before. Then in 1976, we have the first documented case of earlier infection. This will keep coming up later on in the game. To read anything in German convincingly, just read loud and angry. It's a V sound, not a W. Okay, no, I'm not gonna try. But yeah, the earlier infection is something that will keep popping up in the games. It's just something that, like, very tied to the Girls Frontline universe. Earlier stands for Eurosky Low Emission Infectious Disease. I don't know who came up with the name, but that's what it stands for. And it's basically caused by exposition to collapsed fluid, which, if you remember, is basically the fuel that fuels all these ancient relics. The symptoms include, take note of the symptoms, they're very, very nice symptoms. The symptoms include coughing blood, pain in the head and stomach, or a sensation akin to one's bones piercing through the skin, convulsions, fatigue, score marks on the skin, and unconsciousness. Most people die before reaching the worst stage of the infection, but there's also acute infection that will manifest physically as bluish-green skin, extremely fast aging, difficulty breathing, muscular weakness, and unstable vital signs. New COVID symptoms, yeah. At the final stages, also the body amino acids decompose, the connective tissues break down, the red blood cell count falls rapidly, and the skeletal structure undergoes calcification, which increases the density and hardness of bones to levels beyond conventional steel. So yeah, by this point, you can imagine most people are already dead. The symptoms I had when wanting to skip classes. But yeah, as you imagine, most people by this point they're already dead. But the ones that survive, people can survive this phase. You know, if they're like healthy and strong. So usually you will see them as soldiers. They were soldiers, you know, like strong physical condition. They can quote unquote survive this infection in the sense that they will not die, but like they will turn into like something. They're like zombie-like monsters, pretty much. Going on about the elite infection, by 1980, an estimated 150,000 people had contracted elite, and about 10,000 became elite infected, with the numbers still growing. So, very fun times for everyone. Fate's worse than that, yeah. In 1982, the Soviets used spikes in combat for the first time in Afghanistan, and of course, as you can imagine, just by the alien infection symptoms, you can imagine that anything involving like relic technology had devastating effects. So then, because of that, they create the Relic Arms Limitation Treaty that is signed on November 3rd. So they can, like they, as mean as like the war, like the nations, can limit the military research related to relic technology. Then in 1983, hostilities formally end and the Soviet August project is converted from its original purpose. The August project apparently is something that was real at some point, from what I read, but it just kind of it just never went through to anything, never amounted to anything. Well, in the game it did. Basically, what I have here about August, and I said it's underlined, so remember, because it will pop up in the actual story, verse Frontline. The real life August was basically Soviet internet. Yeah, I think it was something like that. And here it kind of started like something similar, or it kind of ended like something similar. So the Soviets used spike and the world says, oh, that's fuck up, maybe we shouldn't do that. And even the Soviets agreed. Yeah, so it seems. But did they really? But yeah, the notes I have about August in the game universe is it was developed during the Cold War. It was originally a nationwide control system reverse engineered from relic technology to send signals to the Starfish installations that held pike nodes. So they could like activate and control the pikes. Agreed on paper, yeah. Then they converted it to a national economy planning and monitoring network, which is, I think, the original intent of like the real life August project. In 1983, international research starts on elite vaccines. So, yeah, after you will imagine after so many people getting infected and dying, people will start getting worried and start actually developing these kind of things. The elite vaccines proved somewhat successful. There wasn't really much to say about that. I started to understand why this project took so long to make. Yeah. Which of the relics is Elf Ghosts? Maybe all of them is Elf Ghost Maple. We don't know what they are. Maybe the Dragon Age war was ended by Elf Ghosts and then developed into this biggest Frontline world. You never know. But you know, as I said, I'm kind of just like speeding through this because I underlined like all the stuff that is like very, very important to the actual game story that starts later on that will come up. but like I couldn't really explain a lot of things without going into like the war history, which is what I'm doing. I am skipping a lot of stuff though. There are some... You can check the timeline on the wiki. I can share links later. There's a timeline on the wiki, and there's some videos that I was sent over also that go really into detail of the war history of Girls Frontline. I just tried to pick the stuff that was the most important to the actual game story later on. Girls Frontline will be thick, yes. I really noticed when I was doing this, I just really noticed that everything is just damn. Anyway, we'll move on. Horace, thank you for resubbing! Hello! There are cases where people completely half-assed. It's true. This is not one of those, of course. Exactly. As you can see. And I skipped through a lot of stuff. And this part took me a really long while to make, because it was me mostly going through the entire fucking timeline and just trying to pick like, okay, this is important, okay, this I kind of skip, no, and like this I have to put down, this I have to note down. Sheesh. Anyway, we're ready. We move on to 1991. The Relic Arms Limitation Treaty is expanded into the Relic Technology Convention, starting a worldwide collaboration on research. So first they limited the military research, but now they start like a worldwide collaboration to like everyone research together. Also here, do I have a note of that here? I think I don't think so. Okay, so another thing that happens in 1991, before going to the next point, is that the Soviet Union. As the Soviet Union dies and it goes to the Russian Federation. Then in 1992, the United Nations Relic Science Agency is formed. They start the Black Lily and White Rose project. This is... I don't think this is something... So far, it hasn't been mentioned by name in-game. But it's basically like I was reading about it and I was like, okay, this will come up later. For the people that know this game history, they might know. So basically, the Black Lily and White Rose project, and then it pops up again later on in Bakery Girl, I'm pretty sure. This was a project to create human embryos modified with Gaberul's DNA. So you remember the alien corpse that we found a few years ago? So we want to create human embryos modified with the DNA of that, so they can be used as proxies to activate and control relics. Does it sound familiar to the Girls Frontline knowers in chat? Oh. Very familiar. Only 2 embryos survived, however, because the project had a mortality rate of 19.9%. So yeah, only 2 embryos survived. Let's just jump alien DNA into children, basically, yeah. So yeah, we have the subjects that survived are known as Subject G37, nicknamed Rose, and Subject G114, nicknamed Lily. Rose, there is also something that I just noted for later. Rose had a genetic deficiency making her hair white, and Lily had black hair, and that's why, hence the name of the project, Black Lily and White Rose. However, the project is deemed a failure because none of the subjects could activate or control relics. But, their gene sequences were placed in cryogenic storage during the project. And they also kept, they archived embryo samples and observation logs, which will come into play later. Then we move to 2012. This is a big jump. See, I skip a lot of stuff. Sounds like my coughing to me. In 2012, we have what I just said, that the project is still a failure, and the UNRSA, that is what it says on top, the United Nations Relic Science Agency, focuses instead in trying to find new relic sites. So, you know, they're like, this project is not going anywhere, you know, let's just drop it for now, like keep it, put a pin on it, keep it archived, and let's move on to like, try to find more relic sites first, instead of like trying to focus everything always having like this one thing. This is also something that will come up later, not much to be said right now. In 2023, the discovery of the relic site that will serve as the foundation for the Hollow City in Antarctica. So basically, they discovered a big-ass relic site in Antarctica. And a lot of cities go there. Project is a failure, but we keep the funding, yeah. Yeah, but the Hollow City in Antarctica is not like made yet, but basically they find a big ass relic site, so they have like a bunch of scientists move there to investigate. But more into that later. Now we move to January 17, 2030, where it happens the first Baylan Island incident. Baylan Island incident is something that will kind of pop up in Girls Frontline history. It's kind of an important incident that pretty much set everything into motion, kind of. I mean, it's basically what set down like World War III, which ended in everything else, but we'll get to that. So, background for the first Baylan incident. Yes, the incident. So a year or two before the incident, we don't really have an exact date, it just says like a year or two before. Remember that in Baylan Island is where Gavirul was found, like a lot of years ago. I didn't keep track. But yeah, the Baylan Island ruins is where Gavirul was found. But then, like, basically after they found Gavirul, they were like, oh, there's nothing else here, let's just, like, leave this place be. So basically it was just a forgotten ruin, that it was just there, you know, like, people actually, they went and, like, built a city over it. And that's how the forgotten ruin was breached during a civilian drilling operation. Since, like, as I said, buildings have been built, like, atop the entrance and everything. And this, of course, ended with humans getting infected with Elid. So the infected were handled by a special police force, but eventually the Shanghai administration put the entire island on lockdown, and they never informed the Chinese government of the situation. Then they just kind of let it sit there, you know. And after about 15 months, the lockdown level was lowered. They were like, okay, like things are better now. It's fine. But it was not fine, because it led to this. Which basically 7 middle schoolers went past the quarantine wall and were attacked by infected. There was only a small task force of 4 agents that was deployed to try to rescue these children. But they were incapable of fighting all the infected, so instead they tried to seal the entrance to the relic site with explosives. Just close the door, it will sort itself out or something. Yeah. But yeah, as you can imagine, there was like a very old abandoned relic site. Not really a bright idea to just like hastily try to seal the entrance with explosives. So what the explosion caused instead is that it caused the entire site, relic site to collapse, which in turn compressed large amounts of collapsed fluid, which then ended in an explosion that leveled Shanghai and expelled tens of thousands of tons of collapsed fluid in the form of a large cloud into the stratosphere. So, fun times looking ahead for everyone. When in doubt, use explosives. This led to a lot of stuff. There's also a lot of stuff that was already going on. So, like, after this, we have the start of the Second Korean War. Oopsie! Then we have the Tokyo Protected Zone that is abandoned by the Japanese government. They accidentally created a collapsed fluid loop. Yeah, basically. And then the new boundary is finished, which basically prevents North American refugees from the west coast to reach the east coast. So, like, of course, a lot of people are trying to run away from this, and a lot of shit goes down. Bad shit. They had a little fucky wucky, yeah. It's just a little mistake. But yeah, these things are not I don't think they're super relevant to the story per se, but I mean, I noted down just to you guys can have like an idea of like how bad shit went to shit. A little oopsie poopsie. Anyway, we move on while all that is going down. Then in 2031, we have Sanglis Ferry Manufacture. It's established. And they're established in Ukraine. Hey, will you look at that? Good old Sanglis Ferry, yeah. Yeah. They were established in 2031. Then in 2032, the Neo-Soviet Union is established after years of internal resurgence and civil war. So remember, guys, how I keep telling you that the Soviets are still a thing in Girls Frontline? This is why. This is why. Because they went from the Soviet Union to Russia, but then they were like, you know what, let's just go back. And now they have like the Neo-Soviet Union. Sanglis Ferry, I'm sure they won't be important later. I know, right? Then in 2033, remember what I said about the Hollow City? That, I mean, the relic site found in Antarctica will be like the foundation for the Hollow City. Now in 2033, the Hollow City is officially habitable. So yeah, now some background about the Hollow City. So basically, as I said, there were a relic site discovered in 2023. And with help from the United Nations Relic Science Agency and financing from civilian companies, the site became widely studied by well-known scientists. And they were supervised by Professors Jonas and Lee Deming. So they have, it's in Antarctica, so of course they had like habitation for like the scientists and workers on site. And the layout of the place, I couldn't find like an appropriate description of how the layout was, but apparently the layout of the site was such that that the scientists and workers, they were safe from alien infection. They could just like be around the place and they wouldn't be infected. Then in 2033, now when it's officially available, that's because Lee Deming, one of the professors in charge of the study, he finished a gate which enabled long-term habitation, which effectively ended up creating the Hollow City. And there's the gate. It's called the Great Multi-Layered Reverse Relic Gate. And unfortunately, I couldn't really get details and how this works, but yeah, basically, so they could live there. They live around the entrance to the ruins without fear of getting infected, and they will like get protection to actually go into the site. Doesn't really roll off the tongue. No, not really. Then we have the first models of autonomous dolls. Well, we said a first models, but we're nowhere near close the titles that we know. Because they were just entering on 2023. They were just entering like a testing phase. They do appear similar to human beings. They possess high AI and operational capabilities. They prove helpful in everyday life and combat support roles. So basically, as I said, even if they weren't up to par to what we have like now in the game, in 2064, they were still like good enough, you know, good enough that people were like, hey, like look at that, like companies were like, oh, we could start like looking into this, you know, looking into this technology. Tiny correction, do let me know. Yeah, because do let me know. Glorified Rhombus. Because I know the first models, like when the research actually started, it's kind of it's a little bit up in the air because like there's the art book that says one thing, but then you have the confidential files that say another thing. Early doors were definitely not human looking. They were basically just metal skeletons. Ah, okay, yeah, that is true. Yeah, I think that's what the confidential files allude to. As I said, in the art book, I'm pretty sure the timeline of the art books it's kind of messed up because they said that basically like they started the research in 2033 and that by 2038 like they were already developed, and I was like, yeah, that can't be right. But as I said, the important thing which I noted down here, even if we don't know exactly how they were, is that it caused the field to start gaining attention. You know, so more companies started looking into it. Like the one from iRobot. Oh yeah, that's a good visual. And then in 2035, we have IOP. IOP that is founded in Ukraine, headed by Javier Witkin. Remember the name, he's still around. Yeah, no, there aren't any direct visuals, which is kind of a shame, to be honest. I wanted to put something, but there was nothing. I was like, okay, thank you. Young Javier, of course, yeah. And IOP stands for Important Operations Prototype Manufacturing Company. And it's founded as part of something called the International Service for Military Technical Cooperation, that is between the Neo-Soviet Union and the Pan-European Alliance. Oh yeah, there's something called the Pan-European Alliance. I don't know the technicalities that well, but it exists. Those really been around. Javier, yeah, he's been around. I thought he was like newer, and then I saw that he just founded the entire thing, and I was like, sheesh, that's why he's so old. They are the group that actually does the manufacturing game. Yeah. So in game, when you go to like the manufacturing screen, you will see like IOP, and that's why. No United Nations. There are United Nations, but they're like not like the United Nations that we know. It's just I don't know. The politics are kind of a mess. I said the politics are really hard for me to follow. But if there's any like important group that pops up later, I tried to mention it here. Then, so remember 90 whatever it was called. So now we have in 2043. Now we have 90 Wish that is founded by Persica and Licorice to secretly promote the usage of relic technology in modern research. There are United Nations, but no United Nations here. Pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, basically what happened here is that 90 Wunsch, you know, the original German group, it disbanded in 1981. Their data was either destroyed or handed to the KGB. But Licorice, that at the time he was an undergraduate AI studying from Moscow, he was recruited by Persica. Persica at this point was an automation postgraduate into something called the Bundeswehr Special Technology Development Group that was formed by Leipzig University in Germany. So basically, Persica recruited Licorice, and by recruiting them into this group, Licorice gained access to the files, you know, from 19 Wush. This group was formed basically because Germany wanted to have an edge in the race for automation. There's the name that I just said, that I just probably murdered. Then we have the international conflicts. Oh, well, all this is going down, you know, we're all making research, being happy, but no, things are still going to shit. International conflicts continue to rise up in the aftermath of the Bailan Island incident. And finally, it all culminates in... Dun dun dun! March 2nd, 2045, World War III breaks out. I didn't destroy the name, let's go. So yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the start of the game. And as soon as World War III breaks out, the whole city declares itself an independent nation and isolates itself from the war. So they basically go like, they see like the war is going to shit and they're like, you know what? We're a nation now, we don't want anything to do with you guys, goodbye. And they just kind of disappear for like 20 years, nobody knows nothing about them. World War II remastered. And 2047, Captain Versovich Kruger earns distinctions during the Soviet campaign against Europe in Libya. World War III or vengeance. But yeah, here is where Kruger comes in. By 2049, 19 Wish goes public to internal controversy. So okay, so this is important. The issue that 19 Wish had, like the internal issues 19 Wish had, it's kind of important, it plays on later in the game. So basically 19 Wish, until then, it had been a secret scientist support network. So basically they wanted to promote the use of relic technology, but you know, that was kind of looked down upon because, you know, kind of like causes issues like nuking the entire stratosphere. So people were not really keen into that. So it was like a secret support network for scientists, so they could like do research into that. The sources I found were not really clear on what actually happened. Some sources said that Persica found out the group had been receiving funding for illegal research from secret organizations. Or some others said that files were being published without the whole group agreeing. But basically something went down inside the group that ended up that with 19 Wish, you know, the entire group, to view Persica and Lyco with hostility, to the point of putting their lives in danger. Witkins, Javier, the IUP founder, found out about this through the Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs and hired a PMC, a private military contractor, to secure both Persica and Licorice, because he was obviously interested in their research. And the group, you know, the PMC, the group that was hired to rescue them, had a Kruger as tactical commander. So then they were both rescued and they both agreed to work for IUP under fake identities. Back then, yeah, I'm gonna be here a while. Enjoy your food! So next we have IOP contract with Persica and Licorice. And then in 2050 we have IOP fields the ACD-51 tactical doll model. Basically there is a whole... I can share it later. There's a whole confidential file going into the development of dolls. But of course I didn't go into much detail into it. All I'm gonna say about the ACD model, that they're an upgrade from the first IOP model, that was the CSD, the Common Strengthened Doll. But this model, the first model, was very, very low performance. You know, had terrible combat performance and multiple malfunctions, to the point that soldiers that used it refer to them, they basically treat them at either like mid shields or target practice. So that was the first IOP model. And this caused, because of course, World War III is going down, so both Sanguisferi and IOP are focusing mostly on doing like military dolls. Yeah, this caused like most places, instead of getting their dolls from IOP, they went to Sanguisferi. So IOP was not happy, of course, because they lost most of their contracts to Sanguisferi, since people wouldn't buy their dolls because they were shit. Hey, Lamp! But now they have the ACD51 model that it's an upgrade, so it's better. Then between 2050 and 2051, I didn't find an exact date, but World War III ends! Yay! And in 2053, now retired Kruger starts Griffin and Kruger, which is the main organization that you are part of in the game. Funny note, I don't know, I found it funny. Kruger uses the money he got from the mission of rescuing like Persica and Lyko. He used that money to start Griffin and Kruger. Hey, that's us! Then in 2054, Persica finalizes something called the etching theory. The etching theory is basically, it's something derived from relic technology. And it's just, there's not much science explanation about it. All I found is that it's a general concept to allow two objects to form a standalone connection. And this will later develop onto the imprint technology, which I will go into later. Etching theory, not etching. I don't know how to say it properly. And after this point, Griffin and Kruger shifts from using human mercenaries to tactical dolls. Because, a lot of the population is kaput. Connection like Bluetooth. Yeah, kind of. A lot of the population is kaput, so, instead of wasting human lives, they're like, let's use androids. On the same year, Sanguisferi, Elisa's mainframe AI is activated. So Elisa, who is Elisa, you may ask? What kind of fact validation so humans wouldn't be as effective? Exactly. So they're like, you know what, we should move on from humans to dolls. We have the technology. Oh shit, Elisa! Who is Elisa, you ask? So Elisa is a high-end AI developed by Lyko, because at this point, Lyko had defected from IOP to Sanguisferi. He was just like, fuck this shit, I'm out, and went to Sanguisferi. Elisa is capable of computing rational courses of action to carry even the most simple order she's given. So basically, it had a point where like you didn't need to give her like all the instructions to do something. You could basically tell her like, do this, do whatever, do X, and she will on her own develop like the best course of action to get that done. So yeah, she was more than a simple AI program, because Lyko wanted her to be the perfect AI possessing self-awareness and that could think and feel like a human being. Elisa, do me a sandwich. Yeah, basically, I mean, if we use the example of the sandwich, like at this point, maybe if you told like another doll to make her a sandwich, she will know how to make a sandwich. Maybe she wouldn't know how to make a sandwich that you would like. On the other hand, Elisa, she will be able to like, analyze your taste maybe, to make a sandwich that you will love, kind of thing. Like, very simplified explanation. Ba-ba-bam! And in 2057, Persica founds 16 Lab and finalizes the dummy network system. So yeah, remember that both Lyko and Persica were first working from IOP on their fake identities. But at this point, Persica already thinks that she is probably safe from 19 Wish. So it just comes out, she's like, working under this fake identity with this fake company doesn't give me enough freedom, so I'm just gonna move on and make my own thing. She could figure out what to do without specific step-by-step training. Yes, exactly. So, yeah, as I said, once Persica was out of danger from Nightwish, she decided to form her own company because she felt too constrained under IOP. Now, as I said here, she finalizes the dummy network system. Uy, jodas, eran mujerzuelas, yes. The dummy network is something that also gets used in the game a lot. It's a special application of the Center protocol. The Center protocol being a wide area communication protocol similar to peer-to-peer technology, which is basically how the dolls communicate in-game. And the dummy network was also developed by Nightwish and modified by 16 Lab, specifically for doll operation interfaces. What dummy networking does is that it allows a single doll to receive human commands, and who will then analyze and relay them to its dummies, which are basically just like older dolls. But the thing with dummies is that they don't have the whole AI system that a complete doll does. They just carry the imprint, the scouting and combat software, and they have minimal hardware functions. So this was basically to make doll squads at a cheaper price, instead of buying because of course this is a company, so there's money involved in all this. They're basically, kind of a hype man, but not really, because the dummies don't really think. The dummies don't really think. They just have, the software, to be usable. So what the mainframe does, the main doll, basically the main doll connects to its dummies. And so they will do, she can control them, So you basically have a squad of dolls for the lower price than buying 5 dolls. So yeah, basically as Sony says, you have the one good doll, the doll with all the capabilities, the AI and everything. And then you have the other dolls that are just drones. They just kind of connect to the main doll and receive orders, and follow instructions. They don't really think for themselves, which is why the dummies, they're usually used also, they can also be used as decoys and that kind of stuff. Drone dolls, trolls. Which is basically in game, how when you reach a certain level and you go to something called dummy linking, and you get another doll. So instead of having one doll, you end up with 5. Those are their dummies. Basically cannon fodder. Yeah, they're like numbers, but also cannon fodder, because the dummies will be sacrificed to keep the main doll alive, since the main doll is more expensive to replace. The dummies are cheaper to replace. Then at some point, I didn't really find a year for this. I think it was in the same year. Griffin and Kruger bases are attacked by cloned child soldiers. Why is this important, you may ask? Why did I feel the need to put this on, aside from the fact of how weird it is that a PMC was randomly attacked by cloned child soldiers? Sounds important to me. Let's go, war crimes! So yeah, when did we fall into Metal Gear Solid? This has always been Metal Gear Solid. So yeah, these child soldiers... Okay, I'm gonna go a little back into this. See, this is why it's kind of hard to explain this in a proper timeline, because a lot of things that happens kind of go back to something that happened before. But yeah, basically the clone child soldiers, they were clones of Lunacia. I'm gonna talk more about Lunacia later. They were created by William, a former member of 19 Wish. Back when he was in 19 Wish still, he somehow had a brain imprint of Lunacia. And he gave this to Persica and Lyco, because he wanted them to develop a neural cloud out of it. But they refused, because they looked at the imprint and they discovered like memories of Lunasa in there. So they discovered that it was actually like a human brain imprint, and they found it unethical to like do this because it's basically like it borders on like human experimentation. So William didn't give up and continued his research somehow somewhere else, which is where all these clone child soldiers come from. It's very hard to say clone child soldier. But yeah, I know that down because it's gonna be important. Because Persica now, she changed her mind. She preserves the brain scan to be used as the base for the IR team. She goes into this later during the events. At some point, she says something that how at the time she said, she kept the brain scans out of pity, because she saw like one of these children, a little girl, and she felt pity for her, like, kind of like she didn't want her to disappear. So she had a brain scan. That's like the excuse she gave herself. But she goes during dual randomness, she goes into saying that it was just or polarized light. Yeah, but no, polarized light. I mean, she goes into it at some point in some event. But she basically explained how, like, at the time she was like, oh, she made it seem as pity, but in reality, she just wanted to do it. Like, deep down, she just wanted to do it. Because she also was looking to, as a scientist, she also wanted to make, like the perfect neural cloud. I'm gonna explain more about neural clouds later, though, by the way. So yeah, she accepts that basically it was shattered connection, fucking hell. I'm honestly just surprised that you have the ability to remember. Part of the reason making this was hard for me is because I don't have memory of when things happen. I remember like, oh, this happened. But if you ask me when, I'd be like, I have no fucking clue. So like trying to order the events in order, I was like, oh no. But yeah, we move on. Remember that. Brain scans from clone child soldiers were used as base for the IR team. Then in 2058, it starts the project NeuroCloud. That is a whole other game, so I'm not gonna go into that. On the same year, Sixth Lab finalizes the imprint technology. So remember when I spoke of etching technology that will be later like finished into imprint technology? So this is when it happened. So the imprint technology, that's about to bring my phone into the shower in a plastic bag so I can keep learning. Be careful with your phone, please. But yeah, basically imprint technology, it's officially called ASST. I think I have this noted down. No, I don't. Never mind. It's officially called ASST, Advanced Statistic Session Tool. And it's a software relying on compiled code to improve the proficiency of a T-Dog with specific tools and weapons. So basically what this means is that they imprint them, like, quote-unquote imprint them with something, and this gives them like an instinctual feeling on how to best use a tool. So that's how you can basically like quickly train a doll to do something, and it's what they use to have the dolls use their guns. ST is what makes the road waifus into gun waifus, yeah, basically. But yeah, I didn't keep it only to guns, because it can be used, like, it was developed to also use, it can just be used with any general tool. But It is important to the game because that is how they get their designated weapons. That's how you see them with only one weapon, because that's the weapon they are imprinted with. So that's the weapon they can best use. Doesn't necessarily mean they can't use other weapons, it's just that that's the one they're gonna be the best at using. You know, but for example, you have like some, like 416, like, you know, she has her 416 gun, but she also has, like, if you look at her art, she has a handgun. And a knife, I think. Wait, before going into that next point, yeah, a little bit of Nether Cloud explanation. I'm gonna go a little more into it later, but for now, you need to know that the Nether Cloud, also called Digimind, sorry, my words, Digimind, is basically the AI system that serves as the mind of a doll. And it can be backed up and transferred to and from a mainframe. So that's how the dolls back up their memories and experience and knowledge. I said I'm gonna go more into detail into that later. I have a spoiler alert, I have a whole section on like the doll basics, because I found out it was very important to explain some things later on. But yeah, several high-ranking Griffin and Kruger officers are assassinated. I don't think there's been a proper explanation for this yet. I couldn't find anything, and I don't remember it being like touched upon. But yeah, a lot of them were assassinated, which is why Griffin and Kruger is kind of like short staff at the start of the game, and why they hire you. Then in 2061, the other team is formed. So our main protagonists. And then in late 2061, we have the Butterfly Incident, which takes its name from something called Operation Butterfly. A scheme, a plan from William to eliminate Lyco, which basically causes the Elisa, you know, the main Sanguisferi AI, to go rogue, take control of all the Sanguisferi dolls, and rebel against humanity, killing every soldier and scientist in the premises. Which is what starts up the events of the game, the incident. I'm gonna go a little more into Operation Butterfly later too. You know, this is how the revolution started. The Sanguisferi dolls rebel against mankind. Thanks, Big Willie. I know, right? Then here we are, the United Nations. See, in 2062, the United Nations are re-established. On the same year, Griffin and Kruger accepts the contract to fight against Sanguisferi dolls. They're basically hired to keep the menace of Sanguisferi at bay. And it's at that point that the commander, us, is recruited into Griffin and Kruger. And so, Gears Frontline begins. Yay, that's us! It begins! But before, so important knowledge, before going into the thick of things. We got to the beginning of the game and it only took an hour, let's go! Honestly, I thought it would take later, so it will take longer, so I'm happy about that. It's just that, as I said, the world setting part took me forever to make. But yeah, give me 1 second before jumping into this, because I ran out of drink. So I'm just gonna go get some water. God, I love this game, me too. Anyway, give me a minute. I'm not gonna put you into a waiting screen or anything, because I'll literally be right back. I return. I'm here. We drink. Oh yes, hydration. Remember to stay hydrated, guys. It is very hot. Anyway, whoop! I pop up again. And we are back. Nyum. So this is the section I told you about. We go into T-Doll basics. So this is where I explain to you a little about how T-Dolls work in general. So they require direct human orders to operate, anatomy of a rifle, pretty much. But yeah, they require direct human orders to operate. Hello, Punk Disciple 23. M14? Yeah, M14. Even the dolls that are designated as echelon commanders require orders, but they can receive varying degrees of liberty. And when they're off duty, especially the ones at Griffin and Kruger, when they're off duty, they're free to have hobbies or socialize however they want if their owners authorize it. Or there will command model. Yeah, I'm gonna explain about command models later on. But yeah, basically, even if you assign like a doll, as leader, my God of War waifu, yes, yeah, M14 is very good. Even if you assign a doll as leader, that basically means that she will be the doll that you will communicate the orders to, and she will give the orders to the rest. But the ability to command, as a human, it's only reserved to certain dolls. Yeah, the ability to analyze obstacles takes up a lot of computational capacity, is true. Also to note, neural clouds will suffer damage if they refuse orders, act counter to orders, or try to harm a human without authorization. Why? This is because they have, all those, they have, root instructions in their neural cloud. So if they try to go against these rules, the neural cloud will suffer damage, they will be damaged. So basically, what this means is that they can't harm humans unless they're authorized to do so. They're 3 laws compliant. It's funny because at one point, I shared this on Twitter, at one point, one of the protagonists, one of the doll protagonists of the games, just goes like, fuck the laws of robotics! But yeah, the 3 laws of robotics from Asimov, they're kind of referenced at some points, but they don't really apply. So they're kinda-ish. God, I love that scene. It's so good, right? Dolls with no master will lose their software identification keys. What does this mean? So basically, if a doll runs away for some reason, she loses this key, and this means they get locked out of official doll services. Like charging stations, repair tanks, and basically they kill their GPS. So they don't have access to maps and all that kind of stuff that they need to go around. Now we go a little onto the command thing. So there's something called the command protocol, which is a time-limited authority a T-Doll can receive to lead a team. But we also have a command module, which is something that lets them take decisions and operate independently. So a doll with a command module is basically a doll that can lead other dolls pretty much on her own. And of course, this uses, as Punk said, it uses a lot of computational capacity in a doll, so command modules are only installed in certain dolls. Not all dolls have command modules. And the ones that we know have one in-game are M4. M4 has a command module installed, Ro has one too. And 404 is kind of a special case. Because, I will go more into the teams later, but basically 404, what they do is that they don't really have a command module. And for Ro 635. I will show the teams later, so even if you don't really get the names now, just don't worry about it. What 404 does, from what I read, is that they have like an external thing, like an external command module that kind of simulates like human orders, and that's how they can operate independently. But none of the 404 dolls have an actual command module. More Tidal basics. Look, but first look at the guitar girl over here. I love her. Hey, you're Mexican beauty, yeah! I know everyone knows FX05. So as I explained before, they use imprint technology to use their weapons. Is a reference to that one combat bard meme? A lot of people think it is. This is her damage art. But yeah, it has to be. I mean, look at it. But yeah, and as I was explaining about imprint technology, this is why they are effective with like one kind of weapon in particular. Also, I'm gonna mention this now that I remember because I don't mention it later on. I forgot about it. I'm sorry, I remember just now. In case someone is curious about like why are we using like regular old guns, you know, from like World War II and before, or like around that era, in 2062 or 2064? It's because PMCs, which used the T-dolls, PMCs are not allowed to have modern military technology. That's why the dolls all use like old weapons. Dolls also take the name of their imprinted guns as a call sign. Yeah, but that's just a Griffin. That's just a gay Griffin thing. We're not allowed to have Hawks either. We do anyway. Yes, but shh, it's fine. It's fine. If they don't know, they won't find out. But yeah, Hawks are something that are implemented later on the game. Heavy Ordnance Corps. But yeah, we're not supposed to have them. Shh. Don't let anyone know. They also have something called a Fire Control Core. What's a Fire Control Core? Fire Control Cores are everything that contains combat-related software in a physically removable module, making it easy to take away T-doll combat capabilities. The imprint software is installed into the Fire Control Core, and they use a set bandwidth within a T-doll's OS, so they can have lower grade Fire Control Cores installed to save up space for other items like electronic warfare models. So basically, yeah, they use like a certain like storage, you could say, inside their OS. So depending on the doll model, you can install like better Fire Control Cores or like lower grade Fire Control Cores. So this is where the imprint software is also installed. So what happens? This is why Griffin and Kruger, a lot of the dolls, they're not actually military dolls. The majority of them are converted civilian dolls. So what happens? They buy a doll model and they install a Fire Control Core in her. So at one point, if they retire the doll for some reason, or if the doll wants to retire, they just take the Fire Control Core away and they just send her back to the civilian market. Frequent reminder, yeah, important reminder from Tabar. Dolls are basically walking PCs. They're not like synthetic humans or anything. They have like some humans quirks, I guess. I will go into that later as well. But they basically use like modern versions of RAM and storage and all that shit. Civilian dolls, yes. So basically, this is why all our dolls kind of look like people. Because most of them are civilian dolls. There are not that many military-made dolls. you know, like actual military tactical dolls. Most military robots, they actually kind of look like robots. And all the dolls that we get, they're civilian models that we just put like fire control cores in there, and they're like, okay, now you can fight. Because yeah, there's basically those, they're not only used for fighting, you know. There's like, if you go to the store, there's dolls like selling, there's doll waiters, there's everything. Basically there was a lot of human resource shortage because of the wars and everything. So like that's why dolls was a very look on like research field, because they needed to replace all that human workforce. Is that why a lot of the lower sanguispheric ones look robotic? Yep. And also, what? Yes and no, what Tabar says. Yeah, there's just like different design philosophies, but also, yeah, like sanguispheric focus more on military dolls at the start. That's why you have like stuff like diner gates and things. And cannons and stuff. Oops. Let me hide this. I pressed a button when I was closing my drink. Oh no, it's fine. We're good, we're good. I thought I had killed something. Let me stretch. But yeah, as someone was saying, I think it was Punk or King. King was saying, like, a lot of the dolls that we have in Griffin, they all have like past lives and names, you know. They used to be workers. Like, you talk to some and they were like, they made chocolate, they made candy, they work fire force, they work police, they were internet singers, etc. You have a little bit of everything. They work in retail, yeah. You have a little bit of everything, and then they just kind of get hired for Griffin. And they have a fire control core installed, their name gets replaced by their gun name, because that's just a policy from Griffin. It's not something that it's done, you know. Maybe if you go to some other PMC, maybe they don't do that. But in Griffin, they do that. They were VTubers. I mean, there's MDR. She was an internet celebrity kind of thing. She was like a singer / streamer. There's a particular meme regarding different kind of dolls and their hardware. Oh, we get that better. MDR is the 4chan troll, yes. P38 yes. So basically you have like dolls from all kinds of life in Griffin. So I was playing a little before. They communicate via something called the Sinner protocol. Whenever she says don't add me, I scream. MDR? Yeah. I love MDR. On the other hand, sanguispheric dolls use the OGAS protocol to communicate. So remember how OGAS was a thing in Russia? So now it's basically the communication service that sanguispheric doll use. So they use different communication protocols. The main difference is that the Sinner protocol is mesh-based, while the OGAS protocol is tree-based to give orders. This is why, you know, they can't really mask their signals that easy. I mean, some dolls can't, but like most of them can't, because they have like very different protocols to communicate. As I said, can use dummies to carry missions more effectively. I already went to the dummies and the dummy network. Sinners just T-doll Wi-Fi, basically, yeah. And they possess something called human behavior models. So, for example, Griffin dolls retain their emotions model, though some dolls do consider it unnecessary, since they also lets them like feel high levels of stress and that kind of thing. So they're like, why do they let us have emotions in war? Some dolls talk about it a little bit. The dolls' emotions and personalities depend a lot on their presets, but I mean, it also develops on their experience. So like, not two dolls will be the same if they develop in completely different environments, but they will have like key-based similarities because it's in their protocols. You know, it's like already programmed in there. They have already like preset things programmed in them. Their systems also emulate physical pain, which is doubles as a self-preservation measure, but they can be disabled. In some occasions, they will be disabled for one reason or the other. They also replicate heavy breathing to provide air cooling, and they possess a biological reaction model to emulate body functions like sneezing, that they turn off during operations. And why are these human-like behaviors important? They're considered important, at least in Griffin, so unlike in all other workplaces. It's basically to like diminish the uncanny valley that humans will get when trading with a doll, you know? So they make them look as human as possible, basically so people won't be uncomfortable when talking to them or like working with them. That's why if you look at like purely made military dolls, some of them might not have like, it might not be easy for them to what's the word I'm looking for? To interact with humans, as some others seem like they're kind of made for it already. G36, your maid? We love G36. Our maid. They made them to make people uncomfortable? No, the other way around, Garrett. They have they emulate humans, so people won't be uncomfortable when dealing with them. And they're also capable of electronic warfare, though, most dolls are capable of just basic electronic warfare, such as, you know, like hacking into a computer. But they require a dedicated module for like more serious operations. Have I spoken about the Soviets? I mean, I just mentioned the Neo-Soviet Union, that it is a thing. Another one P45 thing, an AK-12, and RAW, and some others. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All dolls are capable of some like very basic electronic warfare, which is why you'll see them, you know, in the story. Sometimes they're kind of like they help out or like they hack into a system, but they require a specific model, a model dedicated to it, to be able to do like serious operations. You know, like 45 has an electronic warfare model, AK-12 has an electronic warfare model, and RAW 635 has an electronic warfare model. They're like focused on electronic warfare. Oh yeah, AK-12 is getting a mod, Maple. Did you see that? So those, they work on energy, they work on electricity. As I said, they're basically, as someone said on chat, they're basically walking pieces. And they have primary and emergency power banks. What's the exam for level 2 on neural cloud schematics? Oh, I'm getting to that. The neural core, which is where the neural cloud it's kept, it has its own power bank. So, you know, it can be extracted and it can like operate on its own, like have power of its own for a while in case of emergency. Dolls can generate energy from food, dolls can eat, but I said this is mostly just a visual function. They can get some energy from it, but it's not really, the conversion rate is not really efficient. So it's something that they only do in case of like absolute emergency if there is nothing else. But they don't get that much energy from food. There is, though, in Griffin, some dolls mention something about giving them like a special energy paste they can consume. But it's not really delicious, I believe, from what they said. It's another emulate human thing, yeah. Could they eat like bark from a tree? I don't know, maybe? They have tastes, so... So I said, if they can, I don't know if they can. Will they be willing to do it? I don't think so. Will you be willing to eat bark tree? One loves candy, many love candy. FNC loves chocolate. A12 loves sugar. Yeah, A12 loves sugar. But yeah, so they all have like their favorite foods and stuff, and they can eat, and they like to eat. Some of them don't eat much, they don't really get it. But I said the thing here is that they can generate energy from food, but it's not really efficient, so... it's not like their main source of energy. They can function in sub-zero environments. However, their joints can freeze during snowstorms. And of course, their weapons, they're not as resilient to extreme temperatures. They have old weapons. But technically speaking, temperature doesn't affect them as much as a human would be affected. They are not entirely waterproof. We don't have schematics on this, but we just go from what the story says. So, you know, those can be in the rain, no problem. They can jump into water for short periods of time, but they always make it a point to say how they can't stay submerged in water for long, because water can get into their system and they can short circuit. So yeah, I don't know where the limit is for that, but it is something. And as I said, most of our dolls are civilian dolls with fire control cores installed. If for any reason they have to be returned, or they want to return, they want to retire, they can just go back into the civilian market, just remove the fire control core, and you have a perfectly working and functional civilian doll with no combat capabilities. And however, elite T-dolls, I have to mention elite T-dolls. Hey Furan! Thank you for the sub! So walking across a deep river might be fine, but trying to hike from England to France underwater, less likely fine. Yes, exactly. They... No good. No bueno. Elite T-dolls differ from regular T-dolls because they're not civilian models, you know, they're not modified civilian models. They're dolls built specifically for combat. For example, that we have, it's our team and DEFY. They are elite dolls. And we also have 416 in 404. They are elite T-dolls, as in there. They were not taken from the civilian market and like put like a fire control core in them. No, they were specifically made for combat. For 16, all you need. Now we go into the narrow cloud. Phew, the fun part. So I talk about the narrow cloud, how the narrow cloud is like basically what functions as the mind of the T-doll. And important to know because it gets spoken about in the game a lot, and it comes up in the story and like things that happen a lot. Is that there are 3 narrow cloud or Digimind levels. There's level 1, which is like surface consciousness, the default state of awareness. So basically, like being awake. There's level 2, which is equivalent to a sleep or deep trance state. In level 2, a doll body stops moving and can't respond to external stimuli. T-dolls are taken to level 2 either during maintenance, or they can go into level 2 on their own when performing electronic warfare, since when they do electronic warfare, they need to, they need to save all their processing power for the electronic warfare, so they can really focus on operating their bodies. So they go into level 2. And as I said, they can go into level 2 in and out of level 2 at will, but sometimes electronic warfare attacks can leave a doll stuck on level 2. And then we have level 3, which is the equivalent to our subconscious, you could say. Level 3 is most commonly reached during heavy maintenance, when a T-doll is too damaged to wake up without assistance. So basically, when you see, in a story, you get some points where dolls go through their memories and stuff. This usually happens when they're being upgraded, or after they suffer heavy damage, and they just kind of wander through their level 3. They kind of go through their memories. Just it's a weird thing, but it's a very deep layer of their neural cloud that they can't really go into it at will too much. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention that just now, Tovar. Though first, just a note that memories stored in level 3 can't be backed up. So yeah, sometimes if for some reason a doll has something stored in level 3 that can be backed up. Why? I don't know, but that's just how it works. But yeah, as Tabar says, regular periods of sleep, quote-unquote sleep, are necessary to clean their memory cache. So basically when they sleep, when they recharge, they go into level 2, they go into sleep state. And this is necessary not only to recharge their batteries, but also because they need to clear their memory cache. So they need to refresh to sleep. Now we're done with T-doll basics and we go into Lunacia von Overstein. Remember the child clones that I mentioned? Here they are. That's Lunacia. Say hi to Lunacia, guys. Why is Lunacia important? You'll see. So she's the daughter of Rudolf von Overstein. Rudolf was the former director of the Max Planck Institute of Computer Science in Germany, where 90 Wish comes from. So that's why she actually used to visit Persica and Lycos lab often. Everyone knew her. Her family had to go into hiding because her father's connection with relic technology were discovered, so they had to go into hiding. And it's not really known what happened to her, aside from the fact that she died from illness sometime after World War III. And, important note, she had a little brother who cared for her during her final days. Why is this important? You will know later. And as I said before, the AR team neural clouds are based off her brain imprint. But note, just in case you actually go into read something outside of this, not to confuse her with the test subject Lunacia from the Three Goddesses project in Bakery Girl. That's it. That is a different Lunacia. From what I understood, from what I read, that is a different Lunacia. It's just things of a case of they have the same name, so it can be confusing at times. But yeah, when they speak of Lunacia in Girls Frontline, it's not the Lunacia from Bakery Girl. And when they speak about Lunacia in Bakery Girl, it's not the Lunacia from here. Not as far as we know, at least. They are remaking Bakery Girl, so who knows what will happen. Since the game is not out yet. Now we move on to William. He's the director of Paradeus, where he is called Father or Master. I will go into Paradeus later. I do seem to remember that her brain imprint is used for one other doll, Elisa. Director of the White People, yeah. The White Faction. He used to be part of 19 Wish. He's described as a ruthless, self-centered, and unethical researcher. He presents himself as William von Oberstein, I think in Bakery Girl, but at least in game, in Girls Frontline, we haven't really gotten a 100% confirmation that that's his actual name. As I said, while not confirmed, it is theorized that he is Lunasia's younger brother that I mentioned before. Why? As I say, it has not been 100% confirmed yet, but it is heavily implied. He has dropped some heavy hints in the game already that he might be Lunasia's younger brother. Pretty sure it's been stated that William isn't his name. I mean, what's been stated, from what I found, I said I don't remember the events in detail, so all my information comes only from the wiki or like reading files. Is that, yeah, he took the name William. So basically there was a scientist called William that was part of like the university when 19 Wish came to be. But then he was found to be dead way before 19 Wish was formed. So no one really knows if this guy is actually William or not. As I said, he just presents himself as William von Oberstein. I believe that was during Baker Girl, not during Girls Frontline. In Girls Frontline, he just presents himself as William, but as I said, we don't really... It's not really confirmed whether that is his actual name or not. And it's not actually confirmed whether he is Lunasia's brother or not. But it is heavily implying, like, he probably is. It just hasn't been, like, properly stated out yet. Yeah, exactly. He's using that name, but we don't know if it's his actual name or if he's just using that name. It's okay, you have 4 unexcused absences per semester. Let's go. His main goals are to harness the power of relic technology and to revive Lunasia. Why is he so obsessed with reviving Lunasia? We don't know, but he has an issue. Boy has an issue. And now we go into this. Let's go! Look at that beautiful artwork. Let me drink something before guys a simp. Oh ho ho, who's ready to hear a lovely story? OMP45 did nothing wrong. So many awful memories. Oh, we love the butterfly incident, don't we? This is where I got hooked into GFL. Good. I love this story. Just a happy story with no pain and suffering at all. So the butterfly incident, which is what detonated the rebellion of Sanguis Ferry against humanity. It was caused by the failure, quote-unquote failure, of Operation Butterfly. So a little prelude to this. As I said, I explained before, William wanted Persica and Lyco to create a neural cloud of Lunasia's brain imprint. But they refused, so William came up with like very convoluted 5D chess plans to have them do it. Like the clone attack that he did on Griffin, which I don't know how, I don't know why he thought that would end up with Persica, like, getting the brain imprint, but like she did. This event teaches us that neural cloud meltdowns and cascades are bad, yes. What he also did on his other side, remember that Lyco defected to Sanguis Ferry? He somehow managed to have a pike delivered to Lyco, so he could develop an AI capable of interacting with relic technology. Persica also decided to share the brain imprints with Lyco, and share all her research after she did the brain imprint. which is how Lyko ended up developing Elisa. But upon discovering I mean, kinda kin, but not really. The thing is that upon discovering what William was planning, and you know that he was being used to develop this AI that could shut up, Stremelons! That he was being used to develop this AI to interact with relic technology. He started actually modifying Elisa, you know, taking out important parts of her code to kind of take this power away from her. Somehow William found out about this and was like, no, I can't let him interfere. I can't let him interfere with that, you know? So he came up with this whole plan to kill Lyko, to get rid of him. So Elisa could develop without him taking away her abilities, the abilities that he wanted Elisa to have, that William wanted Elisa to have. It says, planned by William to eliminate Licorice and let Elisa grow. And he conspired with General Carter from the KCCO. The KCCO is basically the Special Operations Forces Command from the Neo-Soviet Union. Because what King said is true, and that William did get the KCCO interested in Elisa. Why? I will go into that later. Stay tuned! Griffin dolls were lent for the operation, among them M16 and 416. M16 was sent there by Persica. Was kind of an insurance to keep Lyko safe, for Lyko's safety. However, M16 kicked 416 off the operation, right before the operation, and she pretty much had her kicked out of Griffin as a whole. We'll go into more detail into that later. I mean, that's the thing I found. I don't remember if she was sent exactly for that, because she does mention something different in the story. But we know that she was sent there. M16 was sent there for sure. And she had 416 kicked off the team and kick off Griffin. However, William planted 2 Sanguisferi electronic warfare dolls within Griffin. UMP-40 and UMP-45. They were basically the same model of doll, back down to their narrow clouds. They basically... I remember the part about Persica sending her there for safety. Yeah, no, as I said, that's something that I found, something that the wiki said. And we know, of course, that Persica probably had her working in Griffin. But as I said, then in the story, M16 said that her mission was to eliminate all traitors, all traitor dolls. So I'm honestly not 100% sure on why M16 was there, but she was there, and it had at least something to do with Lyko, because I mean the whole mission was to rescue Lyko, which Persica was also interested in. Quote unquote traitor dolls. Yeah. But going into UMP-40 and UMP-45. So 40 and 45, they said they're kind of the same doll, you know? So 40 was made first, and then they made 45. It's just pretty much a copy of her. Why? Because she was created just as a backup of 40, you know, just so in case 40, you know, died before or couldn't finish the mission, they will take over 45 to do it. However, 45 was not aware of this. Let's remember this important fact that 45 was never aware what her real purpose was. It was William who got 40 and 45 in the operation. I mean, I said, that's what I found. But we know that where they were planted, what we know for sure is that they were planted there. Yes, it was. Oh, yeah, it was. They were planted there in Griffin to be sent to the operation, you know, as electronic warfare dolls. So her neural clouds are basically identical since they didn't bother to create a new one for 45. 40 noticed this when they met in Griffin, and so she realized 40. I'm not sure if 40 figured out things upon seeing 45, or if she found out about the plans somehow. But 40 knew what was going to happen one way or the other. And upon meeting 45, she knew that 45 will share her same fate if she didn't do anything about it. So once the operation started and they did something about like transferring control or something, you know, since they had like the same narrow clouds and everything, 40 made 45 into like her subordinate in the command chain, you know. So instead of receiving like orders from humans, basically made it so 45 received orders from 40, directly from 40, instead of like a human, instead of receiving orders from a human commander. Yeah, that's the thing. I it's not really clear at any point how 40 knew what was gonna go down, but she knew. She knew. So after they infiltrated the base and they found Lyco, 40 received the signal, execute Order 61, which basically meant releasing the Paraplu virus. I'm gonna go into the Paraplu virus later. Into all the surrounding titles. The virus at that point caused erratic behavior and neural meltdowns. And the only dolls not affected were 45 and M16. Well, and 40, of course, kind of. So yeah, you know, dolls started shooting at each other. They couldn't really recognize their EFF signals. They started shooting at each other. They started shooting at the humans accompanying them, because there were human squads as well. You know, but the scientist, Lyco tried to run away when all this chaos started. And the important thing to mention too, because it goes into 45 backstory, is that 40 didn't really want to be destroyed by the neural meltdown, you know? She had all this mentality that she wanted to go down as a T-doll, instead of just like, you know, getting her neural cloud fried. So she actually tricked 45 into thinking that only one of them could survive the virus, and they had to kill one, so basically convince her that one of them had to kill the other. So basically she forced 45 to kill her. In the worst scene ever in my life. Sorry, deep dive hits me hard. M16, yeah, I'm gonna go a little into M16 later, but yeah, she wasn't really unaffected. She was just kind of lucky until she wasn't. It just, in the end, what happened, so I'm gonna go into more detail later, but in the end what happened is that M16 wasn't as fast as, like, no, not as fast, as quickly affected as the other dolls, but she was affected. But yeah, then 45 ran away, but she ran into M16 at the exit. And M16, of course, thought that she was responsible for everything that went down, since she was the only survivor. And she was like, okay, like, traitor, I'm gonna get rid of you. And they fought. That's how M16 lost her eye, and where 45 scar comes from. But eventually, as I said, M16 did shut down because of the virus. Do I have one more point. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to that now. So before shutting down, as that M16, it's not that M16 was unaffected, it's just that the virus took longer to affect her because of her coming from a Lunasia imprint. But yeah, the virus was gonna affect her in the end, you know, she was gonna die in the end, one way or the other. So what happened is that before shutting down, Elisa communicated with M16. And she struck a deal with her that she could help her survive the virus if she let her take control of M16 body, because she wanted to look for Lyko. She wanted to speak with him. So M16 agreed. This also turned out to be how OMP45 survived that day, because honestly M16 was about to wreck her shit. But yeah, so basically M16 stopped mid-attack because of this, and then she just kind of stood up and left, leaving 45 on the floor, you know, and then she ran away. M16 went back to find Lyko, but he was almost dead. He had been shot among all the chaos. But Lyko recognized M16, you know, as a creation of Persica. So he sent a message with M16. Wait, well, no, that's what I said. Hello, Dark Caves! Thank you for the sub! Thank you! But you know, that's what I said. So they were fighting. The M16 shut down, and then like Elisa reactivated her, but took her away, you know, instead of like finishing 45. Because of all this intervention, I mean, it does end up that way one way or the other, you know, because Elisa reactivated M16, but you know, instead of, she could have killed 45, but she wasn't interested in her at the moment, so she just kind of just let her be. You're just being pedantic. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just details, but it is true. It's just, I was reading the event where they explained that. I'm not entirely clear whether M16 did shut down because of the virus, or just because, if she stopped because Elisa took over. Because they made it sound as if she stopped it because Elisa took over. So just kind of like, okay, we'll need to reread that again to be 100% sure. But yeah. Basically, M16 stopped mid-attack, either because she shut down or because Elisa took over, and then she just kind of stood up and left 45, which just lying there, you know, you're not important, and she just left. 45 was very confused, but I mean, she was alive, so that's what matters. But yeah, Lyko saw M16, and she sent a message to Persica. Basically, she told M16 to tell Persica that William was using them to revive Lunasia and to not fall on his trap. But William had these memories encrypted, so like the message never really reached Persica, and that's another plot point later on during Polarized Light, I believe. Because yeah, M16 is so obsessed with hacking with 45 and knowing what happened on that day, because she doesn't remember why she let her go, you know? She doesn't really remember what went down with full detail. Yeah, he intercepted the message and wiped M16 memory from the event. Yeah. That exchange is so good too. I know, right? It's so good! Oh god, I love Frontline. But yeah, and before releasing her, Elisa had M16 reactivate the production lines, and that's how Elisa made herself a body. And she swore to avenge his father's death, her father death, her father being Lyko, and to attain the perfection that Lyko wanted for her. Which basically led to all the events of the game, you know, Sandy's Ferry, rebelling against humanity, and Elisa then looking for M4, etc, blah blah blah. Everything is pain. But yeah, this is why the butterfly incident is very, very important in the game story. Oh yeah, King! Oh, that line. Oh, I love that when M16 goes like, I should have killed you then. And then 45 is like, yeah, you should have. But you didn't, and you can't even remember why. Like, bro! Sorry, I love them. Thanks, Willy. Once again, thanks, Willy. Sorry, I'm drinking, it is very hot. But yeah, now we move on to the main factions. That was a world setting of the game, you know, mostly world history, and like I put the Tidal basics in there, and like some key characters, and the butterfly incident, since it's a key event. But now we're gonna move on to the main factions, and then we're gonna go into the main characters. But for now, it's everyone sort of following. Does anyone want a clarification on something before I move on? I just want to interject real quick that I love the dynamic between M16 and 45, where M16 actually turned to be somewhat scared of 45. Yes. Yes, I love them. I love their dynamics. I love their... I love 45. My brain is melting. should become a little bit easier now, kind of, but not really, but a little bit easier because there's not many. I mean, it was a lot of weird history. You have brain left to melt. A quick little question. I'm assuming the order to release Parapluie came from William and 40 couldn't refuse it. I don't think it's really said who she got the order from. It could have been William though. And so yeah, so did the kill switch. But yeah, all we know is that she received the order, she couldn't really go against it. When she changed the authorizations from 45, she managed to do it so 45 wouldn't receive the orders directly. That's how 45 was spared. But yeah. I'm assuming it was either William or someone in KCCO that sent the order. This was the one scene from the anime that I love. I won't kill 416. I know, that's why I won't kill you. Oh, I love that exchange. That happens in the game too, but I don't think the game has the same lines as the manga and anime. Where 45 goes like, yeah, like 416 didn't want to kill you. And F16 is like, I know, that's why I didn't kill her. And then 45 answers, I know, and that's why I didn't kill you. You're like, oh shit. They do have the same line, but the anime actually nailed the scene. Very true. Yeah, that's probably why I didn't remember it as well from the game. Because the anime just nailed it so much that I was like, sheesh. The anime really life into that scene. Yeah, I mentioned this when we were watching the anime, but I really think a lot of 45 in general, like 45 dialogue, kind of get lost in the game. You know, because 45 is one of those characters, kind of like, I said the same thing about Dreamer in the anime. They're those characters that you really, you know, that you really notice like their intentions and personalities with their mannerism and the way they speak. Which is why I think that scene in the anime was just so much better than like just reading it in the game. And it was just left such a strong impact. But yeah, it's so funny to me too, because like 4 really act like, especially at that point, they really act like they hate each other, but then 45 was just like, you have done something, I would have killed you. And you're like, oh shit! And when the way she says it with just like, so calmly and a smile on her face. Like, But yeah, we move on to the main factions then now, which are these 4. Or at least these are the 4 that I'm gonna talk about, that I'm gonna touch upon. So we have Griffin and Kruger, which is where we work. I could go on a tangent about 45 actually being capable of killing to protect 416, but I'll keep that to me until we hit the 4 seconds. Thank you, Tabar, because I will go on the same tangent. We can go on the same tangent together. The main gameplay factions. Yeah, that's a good way to summarize it. The main gameplay factions, because I mean these are the 4 that you kinda either play as or play against. So we have Griffin and Kruger. The shining beacon in a brave new world. That's their motto. Founded by Beresovich Kruger and Griffin Lyons, which the name comes from. I could have gone a little bit into who Griffin Lyons is, but I don't think he really comes up that much, so I just kind of skipped it. And yeah, this be us. It's an important sponsor of IOP and 16 Lab, mostly employing IOP titles. Griffin has not been shown yet, right? I think maybe. Oh, in Mirror Stage? Okay, so we'll get to meet him. And as mentioned, Griffin was tasked with stopping the Sanguine Sphere rampage. Hello, guys. And some other relevant characters of Griffin, aside from Kruger, we have Hellian, Kalina, and of course the commander. A little bit on all of them. Actually, just let me show the pictures. This is Kruger. This is Hellian. Elian is Kruger's assistant and Griffin's second in command. She actually led Griffin during a period when Kruger was arrested under false charges. I'm gonna get into that later, but like, yeah, that happens at one point. He gets arrested, he gets blamed for something and arrested, and Griffin and Kruger, we kind of have to go on the run. A lot of things go down. And Elian, the thing is that while he's out, Elian takes charge. Elian needs a boyfriend above all, yes. Elian is upright, calm, and methodical. She takes good care of the people around her. But she is very sensitive about the fact that she is still single, so yes. You will usually, in side events, in side events that are less serious, you will usually see Elian trying to participate in mixers and stuff. Because, yeah, she I don't know, she's really sensitive about the fact she's single. And I'm just like, girl, why? Just live your best life. But yeah, I guess she just really wants a boyfriend. So yeah, Alien is available if anyone is interested. Then we have Kalina, our beloved Kalina. She prefers to be called Kalin. And it's funny because this is not really touching game, I think. She's the logistics officer, and she also works as the commander, the commander's adjutant. So she takes care of logistics, makes sure that we're getting enough money, that we have enough resources, etc, etc, etc. She is pretty young, which is you can probably notice by the way she dresses and just like her general look. She is very young. The thing is that Kalina also takes care of running our wallet. Yeah, she's in the game shop, so like whenever you buy something, she'll be there. Yeah, she's human. You thought Kalina was a doll? No, Kalina is human. She's actually a war orphan that Kruger employed out of pity. He somehow managed to employ her even though she was underage at the time. But yeah. Kruger rescued Kalina when she was 16, yes. I thought she was just another Frontline doll. Oh wow, then surprise, she's a human. And yeah, Kruger hired her when she was 16. And it's said that that's why she has like such a big obsession with money. Because, she's a war orphan. And of course the commander. We are the commander. Basically, what happened, we were hired in Griffin. We were entrusted with the mission to find the lost members of the IR team. And this was kind of like just a lucky thing, because that was a mission too important to be handed to a newbie. But as I mentioned, Griffin is very understaffed at the moment, so they gave the mission to us. However, since the commander demonstrated high commanding capabilities, they gained the trust of their superiors as well as that of the IR team. And this led to them gradually being handed more important missions to the point they became an asset to the Bureau of State Security against KCCO and Paradeus later on. Understaffed on account of all the staff debt. Yeah, exactly. Raiden, is it you? Learning on the job, so to speak. Yeah, pretty much. They were like, you know what, you're reliable. Oh yeah, and Javier, I put Javier there just because. This is Javier Whitkin, this old guy. The boss of IOP. I put him because he does show up in the story quite often. Old guy. Now we move to Sangby's Ferry. So moving away from the fact that, from all the history before, from how they were just a regular doll manufacturer, blah blah blah. Men in my rifle game, it's more likely than you think. The balls of IOP, I mean, considering the shit he gets into, maybe. As much as I will never admit it. But yeah, just gotta go straight to Sangby's, like after Elisa took over. So Sangby's dolls are subordinates to Elisa and do not require human orders. They also work in a different structure than IOP dolls. when I said like when I mentioned like Ogas as like a tree-like thing, it's because like for example Lisa will have ringleaders that she will give orders to, and those ringleaders will in turn have like troops assigned to them, to which they will give orders to, and so on and so forth. Lisa was looking for M4 and for A1 so she could become quote-unquote complete. That's what she said. As I mentioned, when Lyco made Alisa, he noticed that William was using him to develop an AI that could interact with relics, so he started like taking code and things away from Alisa. And Alisa wants to look for M4A1 because she thinks that this way she will recover the things that she lost, you know, that she had taken away from her, and become like a complete mind, a complete AI. Founded in Romania. Yeah, that's the thing I said. I said Ukraine, I got it mixed with IOP. Sanctuary was founded in Romania. You know, this is now I'm just jumping to one of the latest events in game. Basically, I'm gonna explain a little bit later, but basically one of the latest events in game has us like trying to take over a starfish installation. And Sanctuary was there because Elisa wanted to connect to a starfish, and in order to prove her determination, because she couldn't connect, so she somehow got to believe that she had to prove that she was determined enough to connect to the starfish, to this like big AI. So she renounced all her authority over Sanctuary. She just left the ringleaders to fend for themselves. Yeah, exactly, because M4 was based around the original data Lyco had prior to Lyco deleting stuff from Elisa. That's why Elisa wanted to find her. You know, but she couldn't connect. It was Dandelion that connected. I'm gonna talk about Dandelion later, but it was Hersh who connected to the starfish through M4. And then she ended up being teleported somewhere unknown by reverse collapse. And as I just pretty much leaving the ringleaders abandoned, who were in turn later on captured through protocol assimilation and employed in Griffin. So that's why we have ringleaders now. Yay! Like Father of the Year, I want you to become perfect. Yeah. Was drinking. Whew. That's Lyco, by the way. Now you have a picture of him. That's Lyco before he died. Or God Wife Warren. And that's Elisa, this tiny little girl. She is tiny. She doesn't just look tiny, it's not that the picture is small, she is tiny. She's a little midget. She was the biggest threat to humanity for like a year. Now we move on to KCCO. She's really tiny, yes, she's really tiny. Can I add one thing concerning Elisa? Go ahead, what do you want to add? Before we go into KCCO. Big things come in small packages, very true. She was basically made as a problem-solving computer program. Oh yeah, that was like the main function. Which is true in this case, and how important she is. Very true. Tiny, but very important. Anyway, KCCO. It's the Special Operations Forces Command, or also known as the Regular Army of Russia. Okay, now my time has come. Oh no, Tabar knows things. Okay, I'm very much brush over KCCO, so if you have anything to add, just go ahead. was founded in 2009 under the Russian Federation, but they still serve now under the Neo-Soviet Army. It's made up of highly trained human veterans, most of which survived World War III. And they're under the command of General Carter. Why do I mention General Carter? Because he does show up in the story. We talked to him a few times. So yeah, this is the important thing that happened in the story. At one point, KCCO organized a joint assault with Griffin against Sanguis Ferry, but it was actually a ploy to restart World War III. Oh. Why do they want to restart World War III, you ask? Because basically they are unhappy about how the war ended, since they want like the Neo-Soviet. The war kind of ended, you know. They don't really have like a clear winner, and they want the Neo-Soviet Union. They're basically essentially ultra-nationalists, so they want the Neo-Soviet Union to be like the clear winner of the war. And they're so obsessed with this that they're willing to restart the war to try to win it again or something. I don't know. I don't know how that logic works, but anyway, that's their ultimate goal. So yeah, why they team up against? I mean, why they went through all this? Carter is still coping a decade later. yeah, pretty much. They also have like issues with the Neo-Soviets joining up with previous enemies. Oh yeah, they're a happy bunch. They find the Soviets too weak. They would prefer the Federation Empire to return and take a much clearer stance against the West. Yeah. Basically, they're salty that the war ended on a draw. Yep. So they're like ultra-nationalist coping. Why they went through all the trouble to organize the giant assault, which was actually a trap? Because of William, of course. Our good old friend William, once again, getting involved in this. Ultra-nationalist, ultra-coping. But yeah, William helped them develop a plan to restart the war by having Elisa and N4A1 meet. Why? Because he believed that they will create an entity able to reactivate relics, which will in turn break the Relic Arms Limitation Treaty, which will in turn give the West a reason to restart the war. So they are league players. Probably have the same amount of salt, yeah. So yeah, it's all a very convoluted ploy. Man, I love politics. And this is Carter. Look at that coping old man. Most peaceful day in Paldiski base. And this is the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Yegor. Say hi to Yegor, everyone. You're gonna remember his face. Maybe not now, but you will remember his face. Remember his face. Yeah, Carter is an old associate of Kruger too. They knew each other before. You should have put the smiling Jaguar. No, we do not talk about the smiling Jaguar. We don't talk about the smiling Jaguar. See, it does not belong here. Santa Jaguar. I love that everyone knows Santa Jaguar. Smiling Jaguar comes for you in your sleep. No. But yeah, that's basically all about KCCO. So they're basically very salty and want to restart the war. And William was like, hey, hey guys, I have a way to restart the war. And they were like, okay, let's go. Should I ask about Smiling Jaguar? Smiling Jaguar is a meme someone photoshopped like a smile on him and it looks creepy as fuck, and it started getting used on a lot of memes. I do have the picture. Okay, fine, let me. Oh yeah, the KCC also has like very strong mechs. Just a just a little note there. Let me look for the picture. Fine, you guys are gonna make me show Smiling Jaguar. I do have Smiling Jaguar saved somewhere. Or I should have Smiling Jaguar saved somewhere. Or did I delete him? Did I get too traumatized by it and delete it? Yeah, I think I might have deleted. I might be in my downloads, maybe. Because KCC is military, and military has some top tier tech. Yeah. So they are the reason for the Gundams, yes. Oh wait, no, yeah, Gundam is Paradeus. They come back later, but they do have some mech kind of things as well. Just not as big as Paradeus. Okay, Smiling Jaguar, where are you? I know I have you somewhere. Where the fuck you at? No, it looked like I really just deleted a Smiling Jaguar. Let me just quickly Google him. Check Discord? Oh god. Did you send it to me? She sent it to me. Open link. Is it gonna open here? Yeah, it opened here. Perfect. Now you guys get to see Smiling Jaguar. It looks very tiny, but... This is Smiling Jaguar. Can you unsee it? No, in fact, I'm gonna... How do I... Look at him in all his pixelated glory. This is a Smiling Jaguar. What a lovely young man. Why do I get the feeling I've seen it before? I showed it once before. Though you might have just seen him around. It's kind of a meme. Okay, we move on from a Smiling Jaguar. And now we move on to Paradeus. A German terrorist organization and cult. Yay! Funnily enough, they have the same motto as Griffin, the shining beacon in a brave new world. Why? Because this is actually a Rosartrist slogan. Rosartrism is something that comes up in game, but that I didn't touch right now because I just didn't know how. Which is basically a school of thought developed in the aftermath, after World War III. And the core idea of it is that mankind's survival can only be assured by establishing a world government to promote global cooperation. And why do they take the same motto then? I don't know. But yeah, they do. They recruit infected in contaminated zones by promising them a cure for Elliot. He said they share the same motto as Griffin and Kruger. Robo-socialism. Yeah, you have a good TLDR there from Rosartrism. People advocating for the yuan in a world with no yuan. Yeah, It's just like, you know, like they're like, we're all fucked. Maybe if we actually stop fighting and cooperating, you know, and had something to like control us globally, maybe the world wouldn't be so fucked. They're just kind of that idea. Their soldiers are led by something called I've never known if it's either Nitos or Nitos. I don't know how most people say it. But where they are, a Nitos is basically a cybernetically enhanced clone. So yeah, they are effectively part human and part machine. So they have mostly biological bodies, but they can hack and be hacked. You know, and like they have like kind of a shared consciousness. Like they're kind of connected. I think it's Nitos. Yeah, me too. But like I'm not sure. Las Nitos, sí. If you go with the German pronunciation, the second pronunciation, oh, true, Nito. I mean, yeah, true, they're German. Interesting. But yeah, so they're basically cybernetically enhanced clones. So I guess they're the closer thing to a cyborg in Girls Frontline world. So like, I remember when they first showed up, like all the characters were very confused, you know, because like they kind of operated like those, you know, and they could hack and they could be hacked, but people they shoot them. When they shoot them, they actually bled, like actual blood. So everyone was like, "What the fuck?" And they are selected as children and their bodies are modified because, yay! Child trafficking and experimentation! Woo! Later on, Persica gave the name Isomer to filed Nitos. So at one point, when they infiltrate the submarine base, I'm gonna talk a bit about that later. They basically find a lot of child Nitos, but like they weren't like complete. They didn't like develop into complete Nitos, and just Persica starts just calling them Isomers. One of the Nitos got her head exploded like a watermelon. Yeah. And yeah, they answer only to William. But yeah, basically, Paradeus got introduced during Continuum Turbulence, which is what it's an event when like the joint thing with KCCO and Sanguisfery, and I mean the thing with KCCO and Griffin against Sanguisfery was still going on, you know, and KCCO had already turned on Griffin. So it was basically a three-way fight between like Sanguisfery trying to survive, but then like Griffin trying to fend off both Sanguisfery and KCCO just kind of killing everyone. And then Paradox was like, let's intervene in there, and they just appeared there as a fourth party to cause more chaos. And they wanted to wipe out the remaining Griffin forces. And they also succeeded in capturing the commander, who they then interrogated for the whereabouts of Squad 404, Angelia, and Elisa. Yeah, the commander spent an entire event being interrogated by Nitos. A fun experience for the entire family. Yes, CBT. Yeah, pretty much. It's funny too because they technically saved him because he had been. The commander had been in a collapsed fluid explosion. So they basically saved him and treated the commander's like radiation thing for weeks. And once he was good enough, like he was healthy enough, they were like, okay, now we're gonna torture you for information. Hail Paradeus. Losing several teeth on the interrogation is a fun activity, yeah. suffer more than we did. We just keep retelling the same story about Soap Opera and Scarecrow. So yeah, the fun thing that they did in game, I mean, at least I consider it fun, is that in Continuum Turbulence, you know, that which is the event where the commander is being interrogated. Continuum Turbulence has, you know, it touches like different storylines, and it has like multiple endings. Why? Because there's multiple like endings that weren't like true endings, where basically the commander was making shit up to gain time, because like eventually 404 infiltrated and rescued him. So he was just like making shit up to gain some time. And these are the Naitos. Naito White and Naito Black. I don't know, why do they come in white and black? I don't know, but they do. Take a look at them while I drink. Black Lila and White Rose, yeah. Truly a mystery. It's not like it's not like I talk about the Black Lily and White Rose project before. We don't really know why they come in black and white. Because there's no way William doesn't know that. Very true. But yeah, now we're gonna move on to the main characters. Now is when things get fun. Any questions or like interjections until now? If anyone has anything to add or something to correct or anything to ask before we move on. To the main characters. When I mention main characters, it's basically I'm going to talk about the main themes. What Curse Frontline? This is Curse Frontline. Brain meltdown, no questions. The poor writer who has to keep track of this. Bro, I am in awe. I am in awe of Mika's writing team. Like, after reading all these, I was like, holy shit. I know this story was complicated, but I didn't think it was just this much. And like, bro, I put some credits at the end, but like, the whole like the wiki and like all the lore documents gathered by like the official Discord, I was just like, holy shit, my dudes, I owe you my life. But yeah, so we move on to main characters then, and we start, of course, with the IR team. IR stands for anti-rain. Why are they called like that? I don't know. But they're called like that. But they just refer as the IR team through the entire game. If people had to guess how much disk space does a one standard doll have, good question. The good old IR team. As I mentioned in the timeline, they're an elite T-doll team formed in 2061. They're all created by Persica using brain scans from Lunasia. From Lunasia clones, actually. Yeah, I know Parapluie is French for umbrella, but it doesn't really make sense why anti-rain is called anti-rain from like a lore perspective, in my opinion, because it's not like I don't think Persica knew of Parapluie, and even if she knew, like, they pretty much mean the same thing, so I'm just like, why? Unless it was just a thing that the game writers wanted to do, you know? Have them have similar names, which could be a thing. IR-15, my beloved. Draw, my beloved. Sup, my beloved. Good to know everyone has appreciation for the IR team. So we move on to the first member of the IR team. M16A1, often just referred to as M16. She's kind of the big sister of the group, and always providing guidance and support for the rest of the members. She's the one with, she's, as I mentioned, she's the first member and the one with most combat experience. So she usually acts, kind of like the big sister and like support for everyone else. But not M4, my beloved. I have a friend that loves M4, so even though he's not here, I know that if he was, he would be M4, my beloved. He worked for the Bureau of State Security also at one point. During the story, at one point during the story, no cinnamon rolls for chat, nope. Some point during the story, she infected herself with a modified strain of the parapluie virus to help Persica in retrieving important data from an old Sangbis base in order to restore M4's Digimind. At this point in time, M4 was in kind of like a comatose state. I'm gonna touch into that when I get to M4. But, to get the information, get data that Persica thought could be of use, to like actually like wake her up and like reactivate her. M16 infected herself, so she could access the Sangbis Ferry database. And before being entirely converted, she sent the data and her particle cannon, the thing that she's carrying in her back, to Persica using a drone. I don't really touch too much on this, but the drone was shot down, and then like the particle cannon was recovered by Submod, and the drone was recovered by 404. But yeah, I don't really go into much detail into that. But that is something that happened. She sent it away with a drone. And then she disappears until she appears again. Now we wait her. Plot of Operation Q. It's actually a plot of Deep Dive. So she got an upgrade while gone? Yeah, white hair. She basically got converted to Sangbis Ferry. Why does that include white hair now? I don't know, but honestly, I'll take it. And a sick theme. Yeah, she got a sick theme too. So she reappears after the betrayal of KCCO. But now, like, she's a Sangbis Ferry model. She has a Sangbis Ferry IFF. I don't think we see her right away, but she connects with Submod at one point. She connects with Submod. And that Submod comments on how now she has a Sangbis Ferry IFF. Oh, Lisa's codename was Rain. That I didn't know. Interesting. She reactivated Sub 2. Why did she reactivate Sub 2, you might ask? We'll get to that once I reach the Sub 2 slide. But she basically reactivated Sub 2 and gave her coordinates to enforce location. M16 is one of the most dangerous Sangbis Ferry bosses around, and all she's got is a 100-year-old gun and some grenades. Really makes you think. The only doll that gets 3 versions of a song about her. Man, the injustice. She intervened as M4 tried to capture Elisa, and I think that's the first time we actually see her, maybe? I don't remember, but I mean, that's the first time she appears before M4 again, when she was trying to capture Elisa. She says, she goes on about something like how she can't let the humans capture Elisa because M4 is still not ready to meld with Elisa. we don't really get much explanation at that point over like what the fuck she meant. At that point in time. On the KCCO party train? Yeah, this is that part. when N4 is trying to capture Elisa on top of the KCCO train. At the end of Singularity, yeah. That's a part I'm talking about. I forgot she was carrying the gnome at the time. Yeah, there's a CG with M16 just kind of carrying Elisa like a sack of potatoes. Remember when I said how Elisa was teleported? At the end of Polarized Light? Or Chapter 13? One of those two. Yeah, so basically... Oh, I have it as Polarized Light. Confirm if it's not Polarized Light. But yeah, they get teleported along with M4, O1, and Elisa. Same size, really. It is Polarized Light? Okay, yeah, it is Polarized Light. So far in game, that's the last things we knew of M4, M16, and Elisa. Now we move to everyone's favorite dog, M4 Submod 2. Often just called Sub 2 in game, and just Sopo by fans. Chapter 13 is part of Polarized Light. I mean, you're not wrong, but... She's like, she has wavy hair too. No, it's kind of pinkish. Everyone's favorite attack hound. Yeah. We love Sopo. She's the long distance specialist of the IR team. This means basically that she has the longest autonomy before she needs to recharge. Though the downside to it is that she has lower processing power and has trouble multiprocessing. So she has kind of like a quote-unquote one-track mind. But we love Sopo. We love her. She's a self-admit sadist that likes to torture and collect body parts from her enemies. We love Sopo. Yeah, I know about Polarized Light at Chapter 13, so like Chapter 13 basically ends Polarized Light. But I mean, they're like two different things now. And uses the body parts to modify herself too. Yes! She actually used to scare M4 due to how violent she was. And she actually had some doubts about herself at one point when they were like freshly formed. Because she felt bad about scaring her teammates. Because the thing about Submod is that with her teammates, you know, and her friends, she's pretty much like an overactive puppy. And with her enemies, she'll just like tear you apart limb by limb. There's no in between. She literally pulled up Mortal Kombat style hard trip in the manga. Yeah! We love her. She's innocent-minded and emotionally open with her team members outside of battle, but she finds it difficult to interact with strangers. She usually not sure how to interact with new people at first. She's usually very close to the IR team. She's also the most resilient member due to the high modularity and cross-compatibility of her body. So as it was mentioned, she does modify herself a lot with Sangi's fairy parts, which is probably why she looks like that. What other notes I have about her? M16 compared her to a puppy chasing after trucks once. Not really like important, but I found it funny. You don't want to see her use her hands. Very true. She can be prone to rushing into things without really thinking. So like sometimes she'll like fuck up plans if you don't tell her like beforehand. Like there's one time where she was with Ro, and Roy was actually masking their signals from Sanguis Ferry, but like Submod didn't know, so she started shooting at some Sanguis Ferry units and blew their cover. And then it was like, bro, please. Sub is really fond of Ro, in particular, due to her personality, and also she finds her cute when she's flustered. Says yeah, she can pretty much repair herself with Sanguis Ferry parts or like whatever. The difference between her and a puppy chasing after cars is that the puppy doesn't know what it do if it caught up. Submod definitely knows what she'll do. Very true, very true. Remember? No, I do not, but... Oh, you mean like repairing herself? Yeah, I'm gonna go into that. I mean, Ro is cute when she's flustered. Very true. Very true. And this is Sub now. Remember when I mentioned how M16 reactivated Sub? So this is why. She actually sacrificed herself fighting against KCCO to defend N4. Who at that point was out of commission. She was put in a sort of coma after releasing Trotter into her Neural Cloud. Yeah, and KCCO just destroyed her. Remember, if you remember if you saw the AMD that I showed at the beginning, at one point there was like Submod like without legs, like putting an eye into her eye socket. Thank you for the follow, Sea Element. Yeah, that's that part. It was more like she got a fucking shot in the back. I mean, true. But I mean, the thing is that I say sacrifice because they knew they had to defend her. They just like were shot in the back, pretty much. Spoiler alert: Ro dies. But after being reactivated, Sub couldn't move N4, but she refused to leave Ro's body behind. Though, since she couldn't take her whole body with her, she just ripped her neural core out of her body. Good to know. Had to lead a squad of Griffin dolls against a Scarecrow while looking for a Griffin resupply point. She was looking for a resupply point because the neural core, she needed a battery for their neural core. And after thinking very hard about it, she was like, okay, I need to find a resupply point, there I will find batteries. But when she goes to do that, she finds a squad of Griffin dolls fighting against Scarecrow. And since she is the one with the most combat experience, she gets kind of made into the de facto leader. That scene of Sub 2 talking to Roscoe was so goddamn sad. Oh my god, don't remind me. But yeah, this event actually caused her to like gain a more deep, or like a newfound respect for N4 and Rose 635 because, you know, she realized how hard it was to lead like other dolls, and she also kind of realized that she was probably a bit troublesome to them with how she usually acts. So it kind of made her like reflect a little on herself. And sweet Submod is determined to bring the other team back together because they're all her sisters, her family, and she loves them. And I'm just like, oh, sweet summer child. But yeah, the little diner gate that you see on her shoulder. I mean, not in the mud, but at one point that is actually raw. That's why she painted it like that. How did this happen? When she actually ended up striking a deal with a scarecrow. You know, she was like, okay, you like give me a battery and we can just stop fighting, you know, and we won't interfere with each other, since that like they have KCCO and like Paradeus to also fend off. So they were like, you know what, let's just not interfere with each other. Just give me a battery, I'll leave you alone, you leave me alone, and we'll just go our separate ways. So Scarecrow sends her a battery with a diner gate, and she just grabs the entire diner gate and pretty much puts Ro inside, and Ro absolutely hates it. But yeah, after the mod, even after Ro is like gets a body, she still skips it, and she names it Banana. So the diner gate name is Banana. Very important information. Better than being dead, Ro. Ro does not agree. Now we go to my sister's favorite. ASTAR 15. Deep lore, yeah, deep lore. Deep lore. Diner gate is named Banana. AR 15. The Dork. What a star. We actually, me and my sister and like some friends, we actually call her Star. Just because, I mean, it's just easier to say than AR 15. The Simp. She's the biggest simp to ever walk this earth. The resident N4 simp. I'm so glad that we all agree that she's the resident N4 simp. That doesn't like to admit she's a simp. She's a tsundere simp. It's the best. Would you love to see it? She is serious and strict, and often plays the role of a straight man of the IR team. She actually considers T-dolls, or I mean at least at the beginning, she considers T-dolls to be tools of war that should be disposable. Used to actually hate N4 at the beginning, but eventually grew to respect her. Why is this? Because, you know, IR-15 was really proud about the fact that she was born as an elite doll. So she had like all these dreams of these grandiose dreams that how she will be like a renowned soldier, and she will have like teammates that will be the same as her, you know. And then she gets stuck with the IR team and with M4 that back then was like just like a really shy, undecisive girl, and she just goes like, I hate this. You know, and she hated her just exactly because she was so indecisive. But eventually she came to understand that her hesitation was because, you know, the choices M4 was faced with were way more complicated than the ones she ever had to face. So eventually she just went full same for M4. And I'm not saying this, you know, like shipping aside or whatever. I'm not just saying this, you know, just because like, oh, girls, oh. No, she is like really like the things she's done, the things she's said. It's like, damn, what a simp. We go on. So she was infected with Paraplu during their mission to recover data from Licorice in Safe House Street. This was the first mission of the IR team in the game, at least. She done bad, yeah. Love how she came to terms with that during Shattered Connection. Yeah, me too. But yeah, so basically this is the first mission. So basically Persica in the game, you know, she sends the IR team in a mission to recover some data. They get attacked by agents, they separate. So the first thing you do as commander is basically just like find all the IR team members. And the thing is that during this mission, AR-15 got infected with parapluie. The thing is, though, that she knew she was infected and used this against Sanguis Fairy. For the ones that saw the anime with me, you know how she gets captured by Hunter, but then she just kind of hacks everything and puts like a reverse Uno card on her and kills her. Yeah, that's what she does. You know, she allows herself to be captured by Hunter, and then when like people like the IR team and other dolls are like fighting Hunter to try to recover her, she actually like hacks a lot of the Sanguis Fairy units. They start shooting each other, which gives like everyone an opening, and then she like IR-15 ends up killing Hunter. I kind of like how that works as foreshadowing. Yeah, same. Like, I didn't really get it at the time. Because, yeah, they don't really tell you at any point that she's infected, like, in the game when you're playing. It's just, like, you know, like, you're fighting Hunter, and suddenly, like, her troops get hacked, and then, like, IR-15 is like, haha, bitch, you thought. And Hunter does mention something about, like, how do you do this, or something. And that's, like, kind of the first clue you get. But, yeah, Griffin found out because Griffin basically went to, like, a secret base, but they found out because, like, AR-15 was infected. And they realized, you know, they were like, okay, how, like, AR-15 has, like, a lot of data flow for some reason. So they discovered she was infected and were like, okay, we're gonna put you, like, in quarantine, you're out of the field, etc, blah, blah. But instead of going quietly, IR-15 ran away because she had a plan of her own. And the plan was that it ends with that last point there. But she wanted to seize the opportunity, you know, that she was infected, and use this to, like, track down the origin of the attack. But while doing this, you know, she was kind of running around, trying to get information on, like, on Sanguis and Elisa, and, like, Parapluie. She got into contact with a terminal that activated a jamming function on her virus. So at one point, it became, like, impossible to operate, like, in a certain radius around her, because when any doll went in, their comms will be jammed. She eventually she had, like, a deal with Elisa, and she actually ambushed M4 and Sub 2 and took M4 to Elisa. Why? Because Elisa had promised to decipher the AR team's encrypted memories if she could access M4 Neural Cloud. Of course, this didn't work. Fucking William, yeah, well, it all just goes back to William. Elisa didn't find what she needed inside M4's Neural Cloud, so then she ordered Alchemist to kill IR-15 and bring M4 to her personally. IR-15 left M4 there, you know, and fled to throw off Alchemist, you know, to take her away. She ran into Sub 2, told her M4's location, and her final message before she went to track Elisa and face Elisa alone. And as it was said, she basically suicide bombed herself to get rid of Elisa. Which of course at the end didn't work because it was just a dummy of Elisa. But yeah, she just kind of went out in a blaze of glory, you know, she just blew up an entire fucking building with her inside. What did Willy do now? Everything. Yeah. But she's not dead! Woo! The first big moment of the game story. Yeah, that is pretty much the moment where, like, the game story just starts to go down, like, and everything starts going down, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? What do you mean this game wasn't just about cute waifus? Turns out she survived! Barely! Yeah. Funnily enough, it was Elisa that actually tried to save her using a force barrier, which spared her like just enough to survive. Oh, I didn't put the byline here. I'm sorry. But yeah, she was about to like run out of charge when Squad 404 found her. Why? Because Angelia sent them to find her. I blew up, but I got better. Angelia offered to upgrade her and enroll her in Task Force DEFY, which is Angel's team. I will talk about them, don't worry. She didn't accept at first, she was unsure about it, but eventually she agreed to like continue protecting the Iris team from afar. Funny thing, only now Angie comes up, yeah. Her external ports remain closed even after the upgrade. So basically what they did, since she was like, you know, she was infected with paraplu and she had like this jamming thing. I think it was 45 that closed like her communication ports. So basically she can't use the Zener protocol anymore. She can't use dummies. She just communicates by regular radio transmissions. And even after the upgrade, their ports are still closed because of that. And I think it's also, let me see my notes. I believe it was a personal choice as well. Yeah, she was also motivated to keep them closed to keep the August consciousness that had awakened inside her from speaking to her, fearing it will manipulate her. I'm gonna go more into August later. August is very important. I think I talk a little more about August during M4 slide, because I mean that's very important. Yeah, so she joined DEFY and she actually was the one that rescued M4 alongside AK-12 after KCCO destroyed Sub 2 and Raw. Then because yeah, what happened is basically Angela sent them to just check on M4, and she was still like being kind of hacked by Elisa, but AK-12 managed to sever the connection. Then Angel let the fate of M4 in R15's hands. So she was basically like, do you want to just leave them there? So like Griffin finds her, do you want to take her with us? And like we can upgrade her and have her join DEFY, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And R15 eventually like took M4 with them to DEFY. Returned to Griffin alongside M4 after the mission to recover a pike core in Belgrade. What is a pike core? Good thing you asked, PCU. So remember when I talked about the morons and the pikes in the lore section? Yeah. So basically, as Ferrari says, it's the core node of a pike weapon. So a pike core. So yeah, the core of a pike weapon. So they usually talk about it as like the pike core or the pike node in game. That's it. Basically, there was one at one point they go to Belgrade because there was one there, and like Samisfer was after it, and I think Paradeus too. So they kind of go. It's basically a race to see who gets it first. And after that mission, they return to Griffin. And then there is Shattered Connection. Her August consciousness, the thing I just mentioned, was absorbed and replaced by the one that M4 has. Yeah, I don't have any notes on August here. I'm pretty sure I go into that during M4 or like later on. Yeah, speaking of being a simp, she has openly stated in game history that she's ready to suffer any situation in order to save M4. She has openly stated that. the hugest simp, and we love her for it. She actually, spoiler alert, she actually was ready to die alongside M4 when M4 wanted to kill herself. I really like it. Me too. She knows what she wants, yeah. Oh fuck, what? Simp Supreme, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna in the whole story. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna touch it a little on the 4, but yeah. At one point and 4 basically goes, fuck this shit, I'm out, and IR15 like, okay, sure. And I'm like, bro? That moment hurt so much. I know. Now we go to the Kamen Rider fan, Raw635. I really like Star's design, but I'm not sure about personality. That's fair, that's fair. Her design is very cool. My beloved! Everyone cheer for Raw. She's so good. She's such a dork. I love her. So she's rational and professional with a strong sense of justice. She is the one that has openly screamed to the skies, fuck the loss of robotics. And oh yeah, I think you mentioned that earlier, but I didn't know. The real life weapon is actually called R0635, not RAW635. Which is interesting because I had no idea. She's a potential blueprint for 3rd generation dolls. So basically, Persica created Raw by adjusting the initial plans for the IR team, you know, so she could diminish the amount of Lunasia's personality in her neural cloud, giving her more liberty to develop her own personality. She took inspiration from Laiko's work to create a doll with flexible and trainable emotion systems. And, unlike the rest of IR team, oh yeah, I forgot to mention this before, I think. But you know how I mentioned that neural clouds can be backed up? So like if a doll dies, you just kind of load their backup into another body and there you have it, she's back. The IR team, due to how their neural clouds work, you know, how they were made out of imprints, they can't be backed up. But Raw can. Raw's neural cloud can be backed up. Yeah, I had it. I was pretty sure I have it noted down. I must have skipped it. Or maybe I forgot to note it down. I think I noted it down in my mind, you know? Like I was writing and I was like, oh yeah, I should mention this like here. And then I forgot to actually go back and write it down. So I kind of skipped on that. But yeah, our team can't be backed up. Except Raw. Yeah, she also possesses a command module as well. Funny thing, she was trained by a simulated personality of IR-15. So she really looks up to IR-15, even though she actually never knew her in person until like way later on. She also, before joining the IR team, she worked in police work, like in police force with humans, and she also led another team, known as Team Palette, in Griffin, before she was formally sent to help the IR team. And she was assigned as the new leader of the IR team while M4 recovered, because remember, M4 at one point, after the IR-15 thing, she was left in like sort of like a comatose state, so she couldn't really operate, so Roy was assigned the leader while that went down. She was shocked upon meeting M4 for the first time. Why? Let me go into details on that. But first, let me mention Remember when I mentioned that neural clouds is where like they have like preset personalities and things? They also have something called a primary directive. That the primary directive for the entire IR team, except M4, is to protect M4. So that's like their core like order, you know? Like they will like accomplish that above all else. Their main mission is to protect M4. However, Persica didn't give this primary directive to Ro because she just wanted to have Ro like respect and like understand the value of N4 without like having to actually program it into her. So as she had AR-15 train her, and it actually took a while because they will do like simulated missions, and Ro would actually like constantly sacrifice N4 to complete the mission until she eventually understood that, hey, don't do that. So she actually grew to respect N4, which why she was so shocked upon meeting her, because the N4 she knew was the N4, you know, like shy, quiet. Yeah, Air-15 had that core directive removed too with the upgrade. But yeah, Ro, like the version of N4 she knew, you know, was like shy, undecisive, you know, gentle. But when she met her, N4 was like full of vengeance. And was basically like, bitch, don't talk to me. And Ro was like, wow, is this actually the same person? Does she hate me for some reason? Which is funny because it's after that she became the real simp. Yeah. It was after she had like her primary directive removed that IR-15 went actually full simp. But yeah, eventually N4 apologized to her because, you know, she was just angry at the moment. She had a bad day because yeah, she met N4 after she woke up from her coma, and this was, you know, her comatose state. Thank you for the follow, Sky Warrior. But yeah, her comatose state was in between, you know, when IR-15 died. And while she was unconscious, M16 went MAA, you know, when mission in action, she turned to Sanguispheric. So when she woke up, like AR-15 and M16 were not around anymore. So she was very, very angry. Then that is her upgraded version. Doesn't change much, but I really like the new art. And she was killed by Yegor. Remember Yegor? We remember Yegor? She was killed by Yegor while she was defenseless, trying to break the force connection between Elisa and N4. So this was during the KCCO betrayal. You know, because Ro tried to connect to N4 to like forcibly break the connection between her and Elisa. So as I mentioned before, when a doll is hacking, they go into level 2, so they can't really move their bodies. So you just kind of came from behind and shot her in the head. Yep. Yeah, he shot her in the head, in the back. And yep, rape. I was trapped in a Dinergate body for a while and absolutely hated it. She called it a fate worse than death. She was very unhappy about it. Despite everything, she still managed to help out Sub 2 during battle by occasionally commandeering her processing power. So the thing is... Oh, that Jaguar, what we can do next? Nothing, because he's dead. So the thing that happened is, you know, you saw how Sub 2 had like the Dinergate connected to her body. So of course the Dinergate wasn't enough to like manage Ro's... Like the processing power wasn't enough to manage like Ro's core. So what Sub 2 did is that she kind of connected like the diner gate and like Ro's core to herself. So they were pretty much just kind of sharing processing power. So it gave for very funny situations, because basically Sub 2 will be left with like she couldn't like really think while Ro was thinking. Like Ro will come up with plans and Sub will just be there like you're using all my processing power. Just wait for Elite Merman Jaguars to show up having evolved to breathe water. Oh no. Now you got that image into my head and I hate it. 2 girls, 1 processor. Very much. But yeah, since eventually after they go into 16 lab, you know, she didn't have a body to be immediately transferred to, and she wanted very badly to get out of the diner gate. So Persica pretty much just put her Nora Cloud into her database. But she forgot to mention that Ouroboros and Architect were there too. Ouroboros and Architect are 2 Sanguisferio ringleaders that were captured earlier on in the story. So yeah, we don't really know what happened, but like the next time Sop went into the database to visit her, Ro had actually managed to like log the map. As if she had just like created a whole simulation of the dorm and was kind of just living there. And I'm like, bro, how do you do this? But yeah, eventually here she got her new body, which is what is shown there. We just bodied them. Yeah, pretty much. I was like, get out, bitch, this is my place now. And now we move on to the leader, N4A1. Often described as unreliable, as undecisive. Actually, not quite. Oh? Because that one was after getting a new body later. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. She later got an upgrade. True. I misremember that. But yeah, so yeah, she recovered her body and later on she was still upgraded. She still got an upgrade. True, very true. But yeah, and 4, as that unreliable and undecisive, the cinnamon roll has a tendency to self-blame and second-guess herself. It's her main character, yeah. She actually resents her own importance, but because like basically since she was made, she's been told like how important she is. So like this means, you know, that she should prioritize her own safety above others. So she doesn't really like that. She doesn't like being the main character, nope. One of her first non-encrypted memories is her meeting IR-15. Oh yeah, when she woke up, she met IR-15. who was already unhappy because she had been ordered to be her friend. Pretty much the first, yeah. She was the first member of the IR team to be recovered by the commander. You know, as I mentioned, their first mission, they had to separate. And she was the first one the commander ran into. And then from there she went to, the commander goes alongside M4 to find the rest of the team. Never understood why she carries a second stock. Art choices. Was left comatose after one of Elisa's attempts to capture her. As I mentioned, this was after IR-15 bombed herself, because the adults in the IR team and other adults that had been like near IR-15, they were being quarantined to make sure they weren't infected by the virus. And while this was going on, Elisa tried to like take over, like intrude into her Nora Cloud again, but this time it had like more lasting consequences. But after awakening, they say in the Marriage Princess facility. Yep. Yeah, and after awakening, she immediately left. She was in Persica's lab, and then she immediately left to participate in the joint operation of KCCO and Griffin against Sanguis Ferry. And we all know how that ended, with Ro and Sub 2 dead. So very, very fun times. And this is M4 now. She went from cinnamon roll to war crimes. After being rescued by Air 15 and AK-12, she went after Elisa alongside DeFi and 404. Fun times indeed, yeah. But yeah, Angelia had assigned her as leader for the time being, because she actually wanted to use N4 to lure Elisa, so they could capture Elisa before KCCO. Either capture her or like just completely get rid of her. Revenge fueled, yes. N4 went along with this, but in truth, she had communicated with her Ogas to remember the source of calamity. I do mention like IR-15 and N4 talking to their Ogas. So basically they have an Ogas consciousness inside that starts growing, you know, and N4 actually starts talking to it. And at this point in the story, she had actually struck a deal with Ogas that supposedly the Ogas would had communicated with Elisa. She will go meet Elisa if Elisa in exchange will give her the location of M16 and Sub 2. This was a trap, however, because Ogas just wanted to meet Elisa. Elisa had no clue about their locations and she was never told anything about that. This angered M4. As an aside, the Ogas consciousness is generated by Paraply, yes. I think I touch into that later. If I don't, I will just remind me to like kind of clarify that at the end. No, I haven't mentioned it. I haven't mentioned that yet. I was pretty sure I had at some point. I hadn't mentioned it because I do mention Dandelion later. I think I mentioned it there. If not, I will probably go into that at that point before moving on to the other teams. But yeah, so M4 got angered because obviously she had been fooled. So a fight broke out, and the Alien was there, DeFi was there, then KCCO troops arrived. Everyone was shooting everywhere. The thing is that OMP-45 was heavily damaged during the crossfire. She gave N4 the detonator for the collapse bomb they had planted beforehand, because Anja had given them collapse bombs to plant before, you know, in case, because the thing was if we can't capture Elisa, we have to get rid of them. So collapse bombs, woo! And it was funny because they didn't want to give the detonator to N4 at first, but after that she entrusted her, she gave her the detonator. And N4 didn't want to activate it at first because like Anje and the commander were still around, but Anje ended up just giving her the order to do it, and she did it. And yeah, everything blew up. A collapsed fluid dirty bomb, yeah. Basically nukes, but not really, but also yes. Paraply plants the seed of Anogas in the mind. And then depending on the doll, it either develops into Anoga's consciousness or not. And this is the part I talked about before. Overcome by despair over M16 betrayal, because remember she thought M16 was she thought M16 was dead, but then she went after Lisa and found M16 there that she had turned to Sanguis Ferry. And like Sop was missing in action, Ro was dead, R15 was back, but like she was like the only one, so she didn't took it well, you know. The falling apart of the IR team, the failure of her mission, and the damage she had caused to her allies. She tried to overload her particle cannon, you know. She was just there like, how about if we just end it now? And she used what I was ready to overload the cannon to make it explode. And IR-15 was there. And she was like, if you wanna do it, you know, like, I'll follow you. And I was like, bro. Yeah, she believed she might have killed her commander and a lot of her friends, just to try and get to Elisa, and she failed. So she was having a bad time. So yeah, she's something that she canonically tried to do, and IR-15, as I said, IR-15 was ready to just go with her, like, it was just like, if that's what you want, let's go. But then her August took over, you know, to control her body and stopped her. Which IR-15 didn't really question it at the time, but then like she realized later. Have we been over the entire candles kill humans debate? I mentioned it before. T-dolls can't kill humans. They have at least they have like an underlying like programming that does not allow them to kill humans. However, this authorization can be overridden. I'm not sure if the IR team has it. I believe they don't have it anymore, or if they ever had it. And the dolls of 404 don't have it either. Yeah, only when ordered. But like general dolls, they can't do it like, you know, out of their own will. Pretty sure the IR team never had it. Yeah, probably, considering they're kind of special. But then you have cases like 404 where like they actually had it like unprogrammed for their code, from their code, so they can kill humans. Thank you for the follow, Dark Caves. Yeah, it's coded as a subconscious feeling, but the thing is that if they try to do it, their neural clouds will overload, and they can get like severely and permanently damaged. So when I say like hard coded, it's like hard coded into them, to the point that it can cause them damage if they actually try to do it. And as I mentioned a few times, the last we know is that she either was her or Dandelion engaged a reverse collapse reaction at the Paldisky submarine base. No, it was her, because Dandelion is still with us. A reverse collapse reaction at the Paldisky submarine base, teleporting herself, M16A1, and Elisa to an unknown location that we still don't know. Okay, some important characters related to the IR team. We have Persica, full name Persicaria, a genius T-doll scientist who has developed most of the technology modern dolls use. Yeah, she always appears like that in game. She drinks a lot of coffee. She does. I don't know if she sleeps. And the cat ears are Bluetooth, I think. You might not want to take the stairs back up, so you use TP out of there. But yeah, she basically created the entire IR team. Look, guys, feet! And then we have Dandelion! Their headphones? Okay, their headphones. I just remember they were Bluetooth something. And then we have Dandelion. So Dandelion, the cat ears are because we wanted to put cat ears on this girl. I mean, probably, but they needed a reason. Sleep-deprived Bluetooth cat waifu, yes. So Dandelion is the August consciousness born out from M4A1. she developed to the point that she became like a fully, like a whole separate mind, like her own individual mind. And then what she did is that she took over a previously defeated Nairo body, Nimogen? I don't know how to say her name. But yeah, she took her body as her own, which is how now she has a body. Like all Ogas, she possesses immense processing power, making her useful for data processing, hacking, and electronic warfare. N4 gave her the name Dandelion, since, you know, Ogas, or well, Parapluie, plants like Ogas seeds on the narrow clouds of T-dolls, and then they start growing. Just like how dandelion flowers have their seeds carried by the wind. A picture of Nimogen, real quick, to explain Dandy. Oh no, it's fine, I think. I wanna go into the events later, so like I will go into things. I mean later, not now later, but like later on. But basically Nimogen is one of the Nitos, one of the Nitos that we face. And as I said, Dandelion at one point takes over her body. Now she has her own body. And I should really, I feel like I really should have used the picture where she has the griffin coat because she looks adorable. But this one, the picture that I had at hand when I made this, so we're sticking with this. But yeah, before moving on, a little explanation on the whole Ogas thing, because I was pretty sure I had gone into that, but I didn't. So I talk about Parapluie, the Parapluie virus a lot. So basically what that does, what we think the Parapluie virus does at first is that it overwrites T-dolls neural cloud, and so they either like overload or are converted into a sanguis fairy doll. But the truth is that the Parapluie virus, what it does is that it plants like Ogas seeds onto a T-dolls neural cloud. So yeah, depending on the neural cloud of the doll, this Ogas consciousness can either like develop or not. So N4 developed, you know, into Dandelion, like almost practically fully developed, I'll say. Since IR-15 closed her ports and everything, and like never listened to her Ogas consciousness, her Ogas consciousness was never able to develop. And at one point when she connects to N4, Dandelion absorbs IR-15's Ogas consciousness and replaces it with herself. And the other case of Ogas consciousness that we have is 45. I will go into more detail later, but she gets infected also at one point. But 45 doesn't really have enough processing power, so her Ogas consciousness never really develops entirely either. Because like her neural cloud doesn't have like enough power for it. Yeah, the IR team has the optimal grounds for Ogas to develop because of the whole based on Lunasia thing. Yeah, M16 had one too. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. M16 had one too. Can't eat my brain if no brain is. Yeah. So yeah, that's just what I mean when I said like when I talk about Ogas consciousness and all that. Whew. 45 also kind of developed, it's just stuck on level 3. Yeah, but it couldn't like fully... doesn't have the same amount of power like Dandelion does. But yeah, and also it's stuck on level 3. Did I get a fucking Willy? always. The ancient alien AI consciousness is wild. Yeah, really, it do be like that. And stretch before we move over to the next team. Any questions about AR team before I move on? M16 August only singing like a caged bird. She does mention at one point something about like hearing her song. But I don't think we're getting a lot of detail on M16's August consciousness yet. Don't think so? Very cute. So we move on to DeFi. Oh yeah, I did talk to her, but I said I don't think it. I mean, the thing is that Dandelion gets show up a lot, so I guess like all the other occasions of other August consciousness talking to people aside from 45, kinda get lost on me. So perhaps we're going to DeFi now instead of 404. I left 404 to the end because they're my favorite team, and I'm just gonna ramble too much about them. So, so I decided to go into DeFi first. See, Tabars know me. Fair enough. DeFi is gonna be kind of quick too because they're the most recent addition to the story. And they haven't had like a lot of like character defining moments as much as AR Team and 404 had. So there's only one slide for each of them. So yeah, DeFi. Who is DeFi? DeFi is a team of elite T-Dolls under the lead of Angelia, formed in 2063. They're all newer elite models capable of high autonomy on the field. They are also known as a wolf pack. And they were the ones to finally kill Yegor in Paldiski. Bless them. So first we go into their leader, AK-12. Look at that smug. Amazing. I was gonna focus among them. So the leader of Task Force DeFi, though she usually goes around smiling, you know, with that exact same face, her actions and words display a general lack of empathy for others. I'm not saying that this is the case, but it just kind of comes off like this. You know, like she's just very much interested on like things that she finds interesting. She's very self-centered, yeah. She's very self-centered without being like especially like selfish, you know, because I mean INT94 does mention at one point how IK12 will go like sometime will deviate plans just so she can help more people. But aside from that, she's like very self-centered, you know, she'll mostly interact with people that she finds interesting. If not, like she won't have like any interest in you, she'll just be like, oh, whatever. A more smug and less prone to outbursts mix of 45 and 416. Kind of, I guess. She keeps her eyes closed to save power, but she can still see. Don't let that fool you. Her eyes, when she opens her eyes like are like shiny. I can't honestly remember what her eyes exactly do. But basically she says she keeps them closed to save power. So when she opens her eyes, you know things are serious and you should be scared. Ekatov is not a bad person. She's just very self-centered and doesn't tend to take people's opinions into consideration. Her team included. Yep, that's pretty much it. But she's very smug and she looks very, very good while doing it, so honestly, sure. She is, however, as it is all of DeFi, she's very, very loyal to Angelia. To the point that she and An94, in one of the Singularity endings, if Angelia didn't survive, they just destroyed themselves. And yeah, also what Tabar says, her eyes also look very inhuman. Oh no, she's hot! Yes! She's equipped with very advanced electronic warfare models. She's, despite having, like, she also has like high combat capabilities, but she's really more focused on like electronic warfare in DeFi. And she's so advanced that she's able to keep her backup and all of DeFi's backups in her own neural core, which is how Angelia revives them after they all explode, exploding Jaeger. Basically, all 4 of them do a big suicide attack against Jaeger, and then Angelia managed to recover AK-12 neural core with all their backups. She's low-key kind of the perfect dog capability-wise, yeah. True, what Tabar says, yes. Even though Raw is considered like a prototype for Gen 3, DeFy are canonically like the newest dolls out there, like on the market. And they are also like, as I mentioned, they're elite. They're a team of elite tactical dolls. They're not converted civilian dolls. They were made specifically for combat, which is why they have such high combat capabilities. And she also faked her death to fool Morido during World Randomness. I don't mention Morido here because I said I don't really go much into DeFi since they're the newest addition. And what I did here, if you notice a little with IR team, is that I mostly mention things that are very like important for their character arcs, which DeFi hasn't really had a lot of yet. Yeah, basically during Dual Randomness, it's just Angie goes on a mission to find out stuff. She has someone helping her that's called Morido, but Morido is actually a spy from Paradeus. So yeah, I just kind of mention that there. Does that mean Morido returns? I don't know. I think she does. I'm not sure. We don't really know what happened to her. She jumped off the helicopter. Hey, John! And the thing about Morido also is that she is like a fully human Nito, so she's kind of weird. And so she was implanted by Paradeus to hinder Angie's investigation in Bremen. She totally does. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pretends to be shocked. But yeah, basically what went down in Dual Randomness at the end is that DeFi supposedly, quote-unquote, dies defending something. And then Morido and Angie escape in a helicopter. And Morido then reveals herself and is like, haha, I'm taking you somewhere else. And then Angie's like, haha, not so fast. And AK-12 comes out of the cockpit. And they were actually taking Morido somewhere else. And Morido just like fights them both and then jumps off the helicopter. Now we move on to AN94. She can be seen as cold due to her general quietness and lack of emotion when talking, because she usually keeps her thoughts and emotions to herself. My beloved. Very fair. She's very nice. She's very sweet. But yeah, she's like, you know, she can be seen as cold, but she's not really. She's just quiet. She's like very quiet. I remember that shrimp convoluted shit. Let's go. She's cute. She's very cute. She's very attached to AK-12, to the point that she actually just sees herself as merely a support for her. You know, she feels like she was made to support AK-12. Your rifle is into my rifle. What does that make you guys? I'm not complaining. Sheesh. She was actually paired up with IR-15 when DeFi infiltrated Belgrade to look for the Pike node. And there she grew to respect IR-15 as a senior soldier. And also IR-15 grew to respect IN-94. Because despite IR-15 being a huge ass M4 simp, she still gets uncomfortable by IN-94 being an AK-12 simp. I don't know why. Oh, it wasn't in Belgrade? When was it? The notes I found said that it was in Belgrade. That was in Belgrade? So yeah, wasn't that in Belgrade? Because it's before they go to Paldiski. You know, when they're like... Was it Belgrade Isomer? Yeah. No, IR-15. Sorry, no, IR-15 is when they get paired with IR-15. And like after this, IR-15 and M4 return to Griffin. I'm blind, it happens. Ian moment. Oh no. It's fine, it's been almost 4 hours, it's fine, guys. And also, she was part of like... Of course, she was there with the entire team when they suicide attacked Jaguar to get rid of him. And this is something I note because I don't think this has been elaborated on yet. At the end of Dual Randomness, she was actually assigned to K. So the last we know of her is that she is in a car with K. She's not with the rest of the team. Yeah, she did pair up with IK-15 later. Speaking of AK-15, look at this mountain. Look at those abs. You can grate cheese on those abs. Also, A94 likes cats. She does! Very important deep lore information. She likes cats. Ma'am. Look at that. Look at her. She's very serious and prioritizes efficiency in both her actions and words. She's very well known for when she makes her first appearance in Paldiski to only answer, "I have 2 max left." More like grand diamonds on those abs. Bringing on for her famous line, "I have 2 max left." That she repeats 2 times. She is the strongest doll in the Soviet Union, according to RPK-16. She has smashed through a wall. You can see that I kind of ran out of things to say because I noted that, but I mean, it is important to note, like, just look at her. She just smashed through a wall. She has a kind of complicated relationship with AK-12 because fun fact about AK-12, do tell. She doesn't like AK-12 very much, no. Because I mean, as I said here, AK-15 is very serious and prioritizes efficiency, while AK-12 is like the complete opposite, so they don't really get along that well. 2 max left. She can smash me through a wall. Ah, yes. Priorities. And also, as with the rest of the team, she was in the fight against Jaguar and died, but then came back. RPK clones her for needing everyone to carry her special ammo around, while RPK uses the exact same rounds the AK-15 uses. They use 7.62 while N and AK-12 use 5.56 carbine rounds. Oh yeah, RPK does mention that at some point. The problem she has with AK-12 is like lack of communication, yeah. 5.45, oh. Okay. Yeah, exactly. AK-12 just kind of does her own thing and expects everyone to roll, to use roll with it. Even though she manages to like complete missions, but AK-15 finds really this like inefficient, and as you said, like she doesn't really communicate what the plans are, so she doesn't really like that. She's just very, very by the book, like very serious and to the point. Yeah, she does appreciate IN94. She does mention it to her. Because IN94 is more, also like, kind of more serious. And more like mission focused. And now we move on to everyone's favorite torture lady. RPK 16. Who looked very good in a suit, and she had no right for that. Ah yes, the horny. She gives the impression of being a cheerful and talkative girl. No, she's not. Mom, I'm scared and I wanna go home. She and AK-15 were guarding the gate at the Paldiski submarine base before the commander's arrival, under orders of K. They were under orders of K at the moment. Which I presume is why they didn't show up alongside AK-12 and AN-94. Bark. Her empty eyes always make me uncomfortable. Yeah, me too. Those empty eyes and that smile, I'm just like... Mom? Again, was destroyed alongside the rest of DEFY. Seems to enjoy torturing people. You guys should remember, the ones that were here when I read Dual Randomness, how she broke a girl's fingers. And she also took her down. Like physical torture was not enough. She also just psychologically tortured her. Like, damn. And she seemed to be having the time of her life while doing that. Which, honestly, kind of scary. And I don't think she's mentioned this, or if I read it from, stuff that I read after. She always talks about, she always mentioned... I don't know how to explain it properly, so I just wrote that she's very curious about how it would feel to be human. But she always kind of makes comments, weird comments. About, really curious about humanity. Took her down, she destroyed her, yeah! Took her down. But yeah, she always makes comments about how it feels, oh, it must be so interesting, for humans to do this or that. I do mention that for something that I know happens at some point. It might be on the next event, I'm not sure, but I will not mention it now. Yeah, the dynamic between adults and humans, the unique aspects of humanity, mortality, also all that. Now we move on to important and related important characters to DEFY. Next event it is. Oh no! So we have here Angelia and Kay. Angie doesn't usually use those clothes, but I mean, she looks good on them, so bear with me. Don't forget about one thing about RPK. What? Tell me. Before I talk about these two a little. She was like that in the summer. Yeah. Damn those abs, yeah. Yeah. I'm just a fucking badass she is. She's designated as a snow fox, unlike the rest who are designated wolves or polar fox. Oh, really? I was not aware of that. Huh. Very interesting. Yeah, we have Angie here. She's a Soviet Korean. She's a former member of Griffin and the Neo-Soviet Union's Bureau of State Security. She's the leader of DEFY, as I mentioned before. And she opposes all who want to use relic technology. She's very against the use of relic technology. She's also the main backer of 404. you know, an ally. She knows Persica, unlike the commander. She's just a very important ally to us at the moment. But yeah, she's the main backer, the main backer of 404 as well. So like 404 also works a lot with Anje. Shut up, stream elements! I'm giving all the game spoilers now. The dude to the side is K, which I mentioned, like RPK and AK-15. We're working with him for a while. And the last we know is that AN-94 is in a car with him. And he's an agent working with the Neo-Soviet Bureau of State Security on cases related to Paradeus. So he basically goes around investigating Paradeus. And he has collaborated with Griffin and Ajay before. He's kind of an ass. But, I mean, he's an ally, so what can you do? K is kind of a dick, yeah. But yeah, any questions or any comments about DeFi before we move on to my favorite cards? They are hot. They are hot. Very true. very true. Very valid and important comment. Thank you. It's very true. That's all I need to say. Very true. Very valid. So we move on, and now get ready for me rambling forever. Because we go onto squad 404. Before we move on, yes. Allow me to say abs, valid. The second protagonist, yes. OMP45, my beloved, yes. OMP45, my beloved. So, 404. I'm looking at so many gems worth of skins and rings. I know, right? 404 is basically a kind of like a Black Ops squad that consists of illegal dolls. They work by taking contracts and have worked for Angelia and Griffin on multiple occasions. They're known to excel at night ops. Their name comes from the fact that the squad does not officially exist, and they maintain their secrecy by altering or deleting the memories of every doll they meet or like they work with, so they don't remember them. They also work alongside our team members sometimes, even though they don't really get along. 416 and G11. Bro, you pulled G11. G11 is one of like the rarest IRs to pull, so congratulations. They match their signals during conflict as well, yeah. Also, OMP45 came out with the name because she's a nerd like that. And something to note about 404, when I was going through the wiki and stuff, some of them didn't have like their wikis like as work on as other members, like for example as IR team. So their slides might be a bit more messy, kind of, just because I had to go a lot like from my memory and like just like rereading certain parts of events and stuff. But I mean, I love 404, so don't worry about it. And they like to mind wipe other dolls. They sure do. I mean, it's not that they like it, that's just how they keep their secrecy. So they do it, yeah. They do that. They haven't done it anymore since like everything kind of went to shit, and they're working with Griffin now, kind of. Like, but yeah, that was the whole thing before. We all love 404 in this house, we better. You all better love 404. If anyone here doesn't love 404, I will fist fight you behind the 7-Eleven. We stand 404 in this household, yes. So we start with, I wanted to leave her for the end. We marry 404 in this household, yeah. Very true. I married all of them except G11 because G11 is just too much daughter material for me. I like them, but I'll take the fight. Get ready to catch hands, damn it. Why does everyone want to fight? Stop. But yeah, I'm gonna start with someone I wanted to leave for the end, but I kind of needed her to like go into everyone else. So we start with the leader, UMP 45. Look at that completely non-menacing smile. I remember the first time I saw 45, you know, and I kind of saw her design and like listened to her voice. I was like, this girl is gonna stab me in the back. And I was not right, but I had her personality kind of. The second MC, yeah, pretty much. The most interesting character in the game, Emo King. You are so right. Pop off, King, literally. Best girl 45, yeah, we all love 45 in this household. If I had a friend that used to not like 45, and I just raved about 45 so much that he ended up liking her. And I was like, yes! Well, yeah. We begin. Come on, mouse click. Oh, why do I have so many? Oh, I forgot to do I forgot to do the line thing. I messed these ones up, so we're just gonna get the whole text for this one in one go. I had a friend who didn't because he liked 416, and well, you know how those two are. They're married. This is where it all started. That smile, that damn smile. Quite literally, my man. Yeah, Tabar, you are so right. You are so valid. But yeah, I fucked up the animation in this one. That's one Rocky married, yeah. So we just get it and then tie all the points at once. So as I said, she's the leader of Squad 404. She's actually a doll from Sammy's Ferry, who specializes in electronic warfare. I already went into the whole butterfly incident thing. Her main objective is to find the truth behind the butterfly incident, more accurately, to find out the person responsible and put a bullet between their eyes. It is implied that she was found by Angelia after she escaped. I don't think it has been cleared up yet. We just get like some weird memory glimpses during deep dive. But like she knows Angelia, and Angelia is the main backer of 404. So I'm guessing it goes somewhere through there. So basically she operated like as a solo doll for a while before recruiting the rest of 404. She was infected with parapluie during Operation Cube. Operation Cube was at one point... It was while IR-15 was running away, I believe. You know you are hot shit when you got a whole event dedicated to your backstory. I know, right? Very true. So in Operation Q, they were hired by Alien to find and capture a heavily guarded Sanctuary jammer that was hindering operations. There they faced Hunter, Executioner, and Ouroboros. They ended up capturing Ouroboros. I mean, killing her, but like they somehow recover her neural cloud. Her neural cloud is captured at the Griffin database. 45's Uncle Ben. I just love saying that. Why you do this to me? But yeah, so they basically are the ones that handed Ouroboros to Griffin. But yeah, she was infected with parapluie at that point, and she did not know. But 416 did notice that she started acting weird after that. Was never further elaborated on, though, as far as I know. They first cooperated directly with the IR team during Arctic Warfare. Arctic Warfare is basically a mission when it was you know, R15 was already gone, M4 was out of commission, so it was Raw, M16, and Submod. And their helicopter gets shot down, so they're basically 404 gets sent to help rescue them. And here is where something happens that I know a lot of people didn't like, when like at the end 45 wipes Raw's memories of the event. And I don't know, the interactions in Arctic Warfare were like, man, everyone was so tense. By everyone, I mean 45, M16, and Raw. We're like, bruh, just chill. You know, I don't think if anyone has anything to add about Arctic Warfare, feel free. I just don't remember the details that well, just that there were lots of tension. And 45 will mock like Raw, calling her like she was a replacement for M4. And Raw will be like, I don't mind replacing M4. And M16 will be like, don't listen to her, Raw, like don't follow her plans. Because M16 hates 45's guts. I prefer 45 doing her thing to Raw. Just send this message if no, they are not products. They have no problem going against the products. Yep. Fuck the Jupiter cannons, very true. At least 3 people doing that whole thing really hate each other. Yeah, I love that meme. That was, you know, that meme that is a GIF or of like 2 people fighting. So I remember they made a meme of like those 2 people fighting, and they put like 45 and M16 faces on them, and then they have like 2 people dancing, and they put like OMP9 and Submod faces on them. And he was like, yeah, that was basically Arctic Warfare. But yeah, I think a lot of people, at least, it's just that from the people I knew back then, when I was in the game back then, I was more involved with like people that played it. Arctic Warfare was the last time when M16 and MP45 fought side by side with each other. Very true. But yeah, so there was a lot of tension at that time from what 45 did, and I didn't understand why either, because I mean that's what they're supposed to do. But a lot of people told me there was like how 45 went about it, because basically she was like at the end was like, oh, it was very nice working with you, Ro, and like they you know, they shook hands, and when they shook hands, 45 erased her memory. But I mean, let's not dwell into that. You know, bygones be bygones, they work together now, it's fine. And yeah, another important thing is that she spied on Enforced Neural Cloud, so she found out about her OGAS. This was very singularity, because Angie was suspicious of M4 behavior. M4 was like just kind of going quiet a lot, you know. So Angie was suspicious, so she had 404 like monitor her neural cloud, which is why 45 found out about like that she was talking to her OGAS. That's a very 45 way to do it though, yes. People are done. Yeah, when it was a lot of people that were really into like, you know, the IR team, so they didn't like 45. But yeah, she also monitors M4 again during shattered connection. Persica actually gives them backdoor so they can monitor M4. So yeah, she does get lost on M4's neural cloud at one point. Makes for a very interesting scene. We won, there's more of her. For 404 I also have 2 slides for each of them, but honestly the longer ones are probably 45 and 416. So she was heavily damaged when she saved 416 from a KCCO tank. So remember when I said the best mod skin? I know, right? Remember when I said that a fight broke out after M4 was fooled by Elisa and like KCCO came. So what they were basically doing is that they were moving between covers when the tanks were reloading. And at one point a tank had like preloaded a shot, so when they moved, you know, it was actually gonna shoot. So unfortunately was like, oh no, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not clear on what happened. I just know that 45 did something. Some sources say she pushed her and like got the shot. Some other thing I read said that she actually used explosive on the tank, you know, but like at close range, so like it affected her too. But either way, it was to save 416 and she lost an arm and got like very heavily damaged because of it. Like she was really like about to die. Pretty sure 45 threw some explosive. Yeah, I think that was it, yeah. And they and oh yeah, and lost her eye. So that's why her eye is closed now. It's not just to look cooler, she just lost her eye. And she couldn't dare when I'm gonna talk about Deer later, but when Deer repaired her, he couldn't find an eye, so it was like, okay, you will remain with just one eye. But yeah, and the reason she is repaired like that is because she refuses to change bodies due to memories and intel stored in her level 3 in her nether cloud. And since she refuses to change bodies, and she has like she's a Sanguisfairy model, she's also Deer mentioned she's an old model, so he couldn't really find like compatible parts for her, which is why she ended up with that arm and like that thing on her head. Yeah. But I mean, she looks cool, so honestly, yes. Slay Queen. Have you seen 45 with short hair in the Girls Frontline 2 trailer? I still think about that scene constantly, 24/7. Thank you for the follow, was a cold kill. Lost an arm, her leg got split, she lost her eye and her torso actually broke. That's the one part people don't talk about. Oh yeah, remember. True. Yeah, it's just that I guess people remember, people remember the most visible damage. The memories being everything related to Butterfly incident, yes. And that incident is everything for her, very true. I'm a simple man, I see head, but I press follow. Oh, thank you. But yeah, those memories are everything to her. That's why she refuses to move bodies, even though they are trying to insist, because it was like the easier way, just transfer her to a new body, but she was like, no. So she ended like this, and she still pulls her weight around, and I will love her. I love 45. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, her August consciousness took the shape of UMP40, who she met while she was in level 3. So basically when this happened, she was like very heavily damaged. A Revenant running on borrowed time, yeah. I want to know how the fuck she made it to Girls Frontline 2. Because I was like, man, how have you lasted 12 years? And you still are missing an eye. Can't seem to use your points? That's weird. Pretty sure someone used them before. They're disabled? What? Wait, let me check that. Because they shouldn't be. The one with the simulated 40 was very nice, it was. Enable channel points. Must be a Twitch thing, because I have them enabled. But I can't use them either. It says the rewards are unavailable. So I guess it's a Twitch thing. I disabled them earlier, you said so? I never said to disable them. What? Oh yeah, no, because I was looking at the other screen. I never said to disable them. I was like, look, because someone asked if I had disabled them, and I was like, no, like, do whatever you want. Anyway, we'll move on from that. Moving on. Ignore my mod going rogue. What was that? Yeah, her August consciousness took the shape of MP40. So when she was heavily damaged, and you know, as I mentioned, those sometimes will go into level 3 when they're heavily damaged and they're being repaired. So this happened to her. And I can't. My wife, 45. Are the redeems working? Wait. Didn't want to look. Yeah, let's go. Nice. And during her level 3, she met with OMP40, who at the time, of course, she didn't know. 45 didn't know that she was just like an August consciousness that had taken her shape. She thought, if I remember correctly, she saw something along the lines that how she had been like so attached to 40 that she had subconsciously created like a duplicate personality of her on her level 3. But yeah, what basically happened is that she didn't have like the neural cloud, you know, for her August to develop properly. So she ended up taking like OMP for the appearance of OMP40, I mean. And she pretty much is also kind of has like her personality and everything as well. So it's very sweet when they talk, and I suffer a lot. The thing that made you kill 40 now poses as 40? But I mean, technically, it wasn't that. It's 40 made 45 kill 40. It was big suffering, yes. Yes. So yeah, she helped rescue the commander from Paradeus Van Hyken Denitos. Remember when I said the commander was kidnapped? I was being interrogated by Nidos. 45 actually managed to hack them and like break into their security and like free the commander along with help from some Griffin dolls. That move she pulled on the Nidos during continued turbulence was sick. It was. The redeems are on post. Thank you. I still don't know why you post them, but thank you. And how did you post them? Because when I checked from my end, they were enabled. Thank you for the hydrate. Mod view? Ah, didn't know you could do that. You thought it was AK-12? Oh, when I saw that smile and the commander says like, oh, when I saw that smile, I knew what it was. I was like, yes, 45, my queen! Next time someone redeems an hydrate, I'll have to go get something to drink. But yeah, she actually, I think she was, no, I don't think she was the first. But yeah, she actually managed to hack Anito, however you say it. And it was sick. She also confronted M4 about revealing her August to her team. They are both smug, very true. That is also a scene I like very much. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure AR-15 knew about her M4 August, but she hadn't revealed that to Sop and Raw yet. And she didn't want to. So at one point, 45 actually confronts her. That scene was pretty good, wasn't it? So I have some notes about it here. So basically what happened... Stunning DEFY, I mean, that is valid, but like 404 is just 404, you know? So yeah, she told N4 about how she couldn't keep running away from August. That since August had chosen her, it was her responsibility to contain it. And that she couldn't keep hiding it nor running from it, or she will end up losing everything. She also told N4 how she had to find a reason to keep living for herself, as UMP40 had once told her. And honestly, I cried. So I cry a lot over 404. You're gonna hear me say that a lot. But yeah, that's how it ended up with M4 actually being like, you know what, it's right, I should like face this head on, and etc, etc. So it was very, very, very nice. Also the fact that 45 was just like, yes, I see, you know, like so calm, and then like next thing you know, she was like grabbing N4 by the collar and being like, are you fucking kidding me? And I'm like, bro. I love when 45 actually gets angry. And she also had an electronic warfare battle with M16. I mean, not really, but kind of. It was a weird thing that they did. In when they were like, M16 was trying to hack her to like access her memories. And in response, 45 was also trying to hack her to access her memories, so they were just kind of hacking each other, but since they both wanted information from the other, they refused to close the connection. So they just kind of kept at it, and they kept repeating the fight at the end. You know, the fight that they had. And this is the moment where we find out what was said before, how M16... was actually spared from like having her neural cloud destroyed by parafluid thanks to Elisa, and how Elisa heard Lyco's last words. And this is the part where it said what I believe King was saying before when we had the dialogue where M16 says like, I should have killed you back then, and 45 is like, yeah, you should have, and you didn't, and you don't know why you didn't do it. And it's like, and I don't know, the whole section, I love this. I love it. It's so good. See, this is why I kept 404 for the end. I'm just gonna rave about them endlessly. If I was essentially livid at M4 for having this power and the ability to do so much, and she's just avoiding it. Yes! Yes, exactly. Oh, I also remember, because at this point also at one point she goes to ask help from OMP40, that she now knows that it's not actually OMP40. And we're calling a Star simp? No, I'm the real simp here, but a Star comes after me. She has the conversation with 40 because she goes to ask for help with her for like the processing power, you know, she knows now that she's an August consciousness and can help with the hacking and all that. And 40 tells her at some point, like, if you had their power, you will use it much better. And I was like, yes! Takes a simp to recognize a simp, yeah. But yeah, and the 45-416 conversation, oh, I think I touched on that on 416, this slide. Because that is also... chef kiss, I love it. that conversation at the door was so good. It was such a great moment. But yeah, for now, we move to UMP9. That's probably my second favorite moment. Yes, it's so good. I remember I was just reading it, like absorbing every word, like delicious. UMP9, baby, my beloved, all as well. Yes. Kitty face. She is the actual second member of 404. She's the first one to join 45, the family girl. Yeah. Before 404, she actually worked for a doll trafficker gang collecting dolls, which is how she met OMP45, which is very funny because she tried to fool and hack the UMP45. Thank you for the poster tech. And I was like, girl, you have no idea what you got yourself into. She ended up being very impressed by 45 to the point that, you know, she decided to follow her, you know, she wanted to help her. She actually got herself, you know, the whole equipment at the fire control core. Yeah, it used to go by the name Reina before. She got the fire control core to get herself a weapon of the same model, you know, the UMP9. She got the similar clothes. She even, like, you know, UMP45 scar comes from like her fight with M16. UMP9 made it to herself. Because she was at some point, because 45 was like, no, like, no, I work alone, like, no, don't come with me, blah, blah, blah. And then was like, no, like, I can have, like, a hard pass or whatever too, like, look, and she actually just scarred her eye. But the funny part is that she actually wanted to scar the same eye that 45 has scarred. But since she was facing 45 at that point, she actually ended up scarring the other one. And just 45 found that to be the funniest shit she has ever seen. I don't know. I'm gonna do what's called a pro-family move, yeah. And yeah, but I mean, 45 ended up letting her join after that, so I mean, I guess it works. I love her. Commander, it's nothing. Oh yeah, her dialogue is so cute. Shikikan. Unlike 45, she has a candid and friendly personality. OMP9 is a ray of sunshine. That's swirling daring unit, that's also the dumbest thing. Yes, yes it is. 41-2 on the middle. Oh, I've seen that comic. I love it. It's so stupid. I love it. But yeah, no, I'm not talking about the show. I'm talking about a little comic when there's like 40 just kind of scratches her forehead. And it's like, bro. Just a bit of trivia that I added here, because Anja mentions it at some point. She has above dull average knowledge of world history. I don't know why it's important, but I still don't have her mod 3. I will... Oh, okay, I will accept you. I will accept it, but you need to do her mod at some point. To be accepted into this stream, I don't know. But yeah, so basically 1P9, very sweet, very energetic. She's the one that treats 404 as a family, despite how dysfunctional they are. But honestly, I live for the found family trope, so yes. I do think 9's candid and happy personality does mask her willingness to follow through 45's every command. True. True. You know, she just kind of follows on 45, whatever she does. And this is her mod that you guys, I see that you guys in chat, you don't have it yet. I shall let it go for now. She basically got her mod because she wanted to upgrade herself so she could be more useful to 45. Though she didn't know that 45 had already requested it anyway, because she wanted both, she requested a 9 and 416 upgrades from there because she wanted both of them to have like better electronic warfare capabilities and better like command capabilities so they could take over for her whenever she was like busy doing her electronic warfare thing. The mod art that just activates all my neurons. I still hadn't modded anyone. Sheesh! He looks so good and cute. It does! I love OMP9. As someone was mentioning, she usually sides with 45. I can follow her lead easily, even if 45 doesn't say anything, which I find it's very funny. Because, I mean, this can be both, you know, in, like, missions, or just when they're, like, trying to mess with someone, you know, 45 will say something. And then will be like, aha! And just, like, follow along, and they will, like, annoy people together, and it's the best shit ever. And unlike the rest of the members, I mean, except U11, but unlike 45 and 416, she really has, like, no ill will against the other team. And as I mentioned, she was actually somewhat getting along with Submod during Arctic Warfare. After stream, you and I on the yard, no kicking. And something that I find interesting on the relationship is that 45 continuously tells her that she has to promise not to become like her, which is something that I just find very interesting in their dynamic. Which is also why I like her mod, because she just kind of pulls away a little bit from her, like, just copying 45. So yeah, very nice, very nice. And now we go into All You Need, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that 45 wouldn't want people to be like her. 416, All You Need. If someone does not know why I say that, it's because she has a line that it just says, "Commander, I'm all you need." Oh look, HKM4, oh no. Tavar is gonna end up dead. For 1980 upgrade. No, Asta! The one and only HK416. She's serious and full-mouthed. She courses a lot. And she takes great pride in being an elite doll, to the point of like being sort of a bitch, especially at the beginning. 416 has come a long way, to be honest. Bark, 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 valid. But despite, it's funny because despite her personality, you know, and how like standoffish she can be, she still has like a strong sense of justice, you know, about like helping her teammates and protecting the weak, which is, I don't know, kind of interesting considering her personality. So yeah, I just mentioned that. My queen! You're so valid, Beetle. 416 is a love it or hate it affair. Yeah, at least at the beginning. Yeah, you know, she has come really far from the doll she used to be at the start of the game. But yeah, at the start you will either love her or hate her. There was like no in between for her. I just know she's cute, valid. She holds a deep grudge against M16 and the IR team as a whole. This is because, as I said, 416 was actually part of M16's squad before the Operation Butterfly. They were supposed to go into it together, but M16 kicks her off, and I don't know if it was because of this or that but the thing is that she eventually ended up kicked out of briefing as a whole. Like, she actually had her fire control core removed. Yeah. She actually had her fire control core removed. But when she was like on the transport truck, like being taken away, she actually jumped off of it with her gun that was unloaded at the time, and just kind of ran away and just survived it on batteries, like scavenging batteries from like dumpsters to keep herself charged, telling herself how one day she will return to Griffin. My guess is that M16 knew what was going to happen and wanted to spare 416 from it. See, that is one theory I have too. But considering how cold M16 is usually to 416, you know how she has said like she means nothing to her and all that, it's just like, I don't know, but she does say that she used to like her back then. But it's like, yeah, I don't know, it hasn't ever been clarified whether she wanted to spare her or what was going to happen or not. But yeah, she also resents the IR team, but that is mostly because she's jealous of how like easy they have it by being a part of Griffin, unlike them from 404 that don't really have it as easy to like, you know, to like keep herself or like keep her resources and all that. It's odd, yeah, but I mean, M16 is kind of an odd character all around, in my opinion. She actually met UMP-45 when trying to defend G11 from those traffickers. So I think they were traffickers, or they were just some thugs that wanted to sell her for parts. I'm not sure. The thing is that they were beating her up. Of course, G11 was not yet G11 at that point. And 416 tried to scare them off with her weapon. But the guys, they had like a reader or something, so they noticed like, oh, like she doesn't have like an ID key. Her gun is unloaded, and like she can't kill us anyway. So they were about to be like, haha, we're gonna sell her too. Then OMP9 just knocked them both off with a slingshot. Like she literally just threw rocks at their heads with a slingshot and knocked them off. And that's how they met OMP-45 again, because they already knew each other. They had cross paths when they were in Griffin. And 416 was actually quite shocked to see OMP-45 as she was now, because the thing I forgot to mention about OMP-45 is that she did not used to be like she is now. She was just like a very timid and insecure doll back in the day. And I mean, like, her switch in personality is incredible. I mean, understandable, but incredible. So, like, 416 pretty much was like, are you the same person? But yeah, they had a conversation there. 45 tried to get her to join. 416 didn't want to. That 45 died that day. Yes, that's called character development. But yeah, 416 didn't want to work for her at first, because she, as I said, she was focusing like, no, that she needed to go back to Griffin. She needed to go back to Griffin, which 45 really mocked her about that, because she was like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're just like taking batteries to keep yourself top up like a cell phone. While 45 had managed to get like all the resources she needed to accomplish her goal. So eventually they 45 kind of forced her to join by using the 11. She was like, okay, like, what are you gonna do about that doll that you saved? You know, like, you just chose to save her, she's your responsibility now. And like, I can get her like repaired, looked at, whatever. So eventually 416 accepted, on the grounds that they will help G11. But you know, that's how she joined 404. which is funny. And then like 45 was also like, oh, like we should also give like a gun to like the other dolls, and she found her, you know, she needs to be able to defend herself and whatnot, blah blah. And 416 was like, yeah, whatever, and like I'm gonna take responsibility for her, which is why she pretty much turned into G11's mom. But the funny part about all this is that despite how much shit they threw at each other at that moment, and how much 45 made it seem like, oh yeah, I'm making you a favor by letting you join, and just like make her look like she basically forced her to join, it is revealed during 416 mod story, when she's talking to Deer, at one point, it is revealed that 45 was actually planning already on saving them, or on saving them, either way. And I was like, damn. 45, it's kind of a tsundere, but not really. But like, she does those things sometimes, in that like she will do things without actually revealing her true intentions. Like in this case, you know, because she was actually, she already had them on her watch, you know, she was gonna go pick them up either way. But she just made it look like, oh, she staged like this whole thing, you know? Like, so 416 actually resented her a lot as well. She's the only elite doll of the team. So she's usually like the main combatant. After KCCO's betrayal, she helped defend Griffin and look for Angelia. This actually helped. This was actually part of her character development, which is why I put it here. Because working with Griffin at that point, I don't know if 45 has that act for everyone else or for herself. Oof, deep question, King. I do feel that it is a lot for herself as well. Especially at the beginning, when she was like really trying to keep a distance from everyone. She kind of has grown away from it a little. You know, she has started being more open with everyone in 404, especially 416. But I did wonder about that continuously, you know, a lot. Whether like she kept that act just to like look intimidating, or if it was also like kind of a defense mechanism for herself, of like not wanting to get closer to, or like get attached to people. Because the thing about 45 is that you start learning after, as she goes on, like events go on, is that she actually does care for her team, despite the fact that she acts like she doesn't. Like 416, and the thing is that 416 bought her entire persona completely. So 416 was convinced that 45 was just like a bitch that will abandon her as soon as she had the chance. Well, I doubt 45 was like ever planned to do that. You know, I mean, 45 blew herself up to save her. So like, I remember 416 was really shocked at that point, because she was like, what? Like, that didn't really line up with the 45 she knew. Even though she had seen through her memories. So yeah, that is why also I find 45 such an interesting character. But yeah, going back to 416, when she worked with Griffin, her brief return to Griffin, kind of helped her grow away from like her whole thing against M16 and wanted to join Griffin, you know. Like made her realize that she should focus more on her present instead of like focusing so much on the future and like being stuck in the past as she was, and that she needed to stop to try to like prove herself to others, and instead like just you know, be as useful as she could to her team. City continuing tournament was such a turning point for 416. Yeah, that was the one I started like, yeah, exactly. That's like her big character development moment, when she actually realizes that, you know, I'm gonna stay with this team now. I'm gonna help them achieve their goals. Everyone knows full well that despite their clashing personalities, they both will need each other to achieve their goals, and 416 is slowly realizing it herself. I mean, yeah, 416 chooses... I mean, 416 had a chance to stay with Griffin, and she chose to go back to 404. And she has said herself already, she had realized that she will help 45 to reach her goals. You know? So it was a big turning character point for her. She already realized it far quicker than 45, in fact. Yes. Yeah, exactly, the conversation. Something that I have to note, just because I love them, is that she watched over OMP45 when she was being repaired. She was being repaired for like 3 days, and for the 3 days she did not move from her side. But she claimed that she just wanted to be there for her final moment, you know, that she wanted to see her die. And I'm just like, yeah, sure. I believe you. She does mention it on the remote story. On 45 mod story, 9 mentions that she's been there. You know, she went on a side mission to get... The thing is that the moment in where they repair 45 is not really clear. But because she went on the mission to rescue Angelia, but then I'm pretty sure OMP9 or Deer mentioned that she had been there the whole time, because the funny thing is that 45 wakes up and, like, you know, 9 and 11 coming through the door, and 416 was at the like on the other side. So at one point she asked, like, where's 416, because she thought she had stayed behind in Griffin. And 416 is just like, I'm here. And like I know someone mentioned that how she had been... I don't know if she had been there, but someone mentioned that they've been like the whole time. But yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if they meant like for the whole time that she was repaired, or just like since whenever she came back. But like, yeah, she was already there. It made for a really nice moment. I really like when like she helped 45 stand up, and they were like, I don't know, that was a really nice moment for 404. I loved it. But yeah, I wanted to read that. Let me read. I want to see a comment that I missed. But the way in which 45 approached 416 made it seem like 45 knew full well who she talked to. Yeah, because they knew and what 416 would be capable of. Because they knew each other. They knew each other from before. So yeah, 45 did very much know who 416 was before, like, recruiting her. But yeah, it was... It was a very, very interesting moment for me, because I said 416 claimed like she doesn't care and whatever, and then she was just there waiting for 45 to wake up, and I was like, bruh, my heart. Moving on, her mod, somehow she even looks better. I don't know how they do it. Thank you for the follow, Raftalia Best Girl. Thank you. Something also that despite how much they banter, OMP45 does consider her as the next in line as leader. So, you know, when she is like very heavily damaged, she does mention that if she doesn't make it, to make 416 the leader of 404. As I mentioned back with MP9, it was 45 that had her upgraded with better electronic warfare and command capabilities before the events at the Paldiski submarine base. This was so they both could like take over for her if something were to happen to her, or if she were like busy or out of commission, since like she knew she was getting herself into like a lot of hacking things with Nairos and Ogas and all that. Here, the conversation. She confronted UMP45 about her real motives for taking the mission. 45 does mention how the mission didn't pay much, but like they took it anyway. And at one point, you know, they needed to open a door. They couldn't open a door. So 45 is like, okay, like we're gonna, you know, separate into 2 teams. Like you guys go find this, we'll go find that. And 416 just like leaves her gun on the ground and just like leans against the door and crosses her arms. And 45 is like, what are you doing? Like, you have your orders. 416 is pretty much like, yeah, but there are stupid orders. I'm not gonna follow them. And I have a little more notes on that. This because 45 was pretty much sending them to like a very dangerous situation when 404 is supposed to be, you know, like the Black Ops team. They're supposed to operate, they're very good at night ops, they're supposed to operate from the shadows, you know, not get into like full-on fights. So 416 was like, why are you doing this, you know? What is your real point? And, you know, since she knows a bit about 45 Pass from the times they had to dive into her mind, into her Digimind. 416 does mention at one point, does tell to her that she should not sacrifice the living for the sake of the dead. And that she shouldn't only focus on the past and instead look, you know, and at her current companions, you know, and focus on them. And she refused to move until 45 just kind of lost it and like revealed her true intentions, that she wanted to find, that she didn't just want to avenge, you know, she didn't want to get back at the people that had killed 40, but like she wanted to also avenge like not only her but like also all the dolls that didn't need to die that day, because she's very much against how like these kind of people that just kind of use dolls like it happened to her. And yeah, I had to like kind of brush through it because it's a very heavy conversation, but it's like oof, it was a moment, and I was enjoying it so much. It was such a great moment for both of them. It's a super good moment, yeah. When I touch more into the events, because I said I wanna do proper event summaries at some point. They will be shorter, of course, because I mean I'm not gonna do as many as once. It's just that this one stream is turning out to be like super long because I'm trying to touch a lot of things that have gone down. But yeah, whenever I do like more event-focused summaries, I might try to put like some conversations. Just because like some conversations are way too good to just like summarize them. You need to read them. But I'll see about that when that moment comes. For now, move on. She was put in charge of Anna until 11 when 404 infiltrated CW Pharmaceuticals. So like after the whole Paldiski base thing, blah blah. Angie's doing her thing, the commander's doing her thing, and 404 gets sent to investigate like an abandoned pharmaceutical company. And Anna, which I will introduce later, but basically she's like a baby Nito, she kind of stowed away with them. So basically now 416 is it's a mom of 2 daughters. I always love how the thing that set 45 off to snap was 416 saying the living shouldn't risk their lives for the sake of the dead. True, very that, very true. The Sarah doesn't pay summary mirror stage. Through fixed point. No, like for longer events, like at the beginning I would probably grab like a lot of chapters and like a few events, but like as the events get longer I would probably do like event focused summaries because boy, do the events get longer. And I'm moving to G11 right after this, but like G11 also got a mod 3, and 416 was initially opposed because G11 has a very fragile narrow cloud, and she was afraid of like the consequences it could have. But eventually 45 was like you know, she's not a kid anymore. Like she's a member of 404, and like you need to stop treating her as a kid. And I was like, damn, I also love that. G11's mod story is honestly pretty good. And speaking of, we now move on to her, G11, the baby. She's an abandoned civilian service doll that 416 rescued, so I touched on that a little bit already. 45 had Deer fit her with a fire control core, and then had her join 404 alongside 416. Sleepo Beepo. As I mentioned, she has a fragile narrow cloud. And the reason she's so like usually lazy and sleepy is because her fire control core takes too much power. Which is why she acts like that most of the time. She often is just like carried around by 416. As I said, 416 is basically her mom. Another thing I forgot to mention here, just like character trivia, she's like big fan of like horror stuff. Like Legally Distinct, The Walking Dead. I forgot how it was called in the game. I think it was The Flying Dead. Fragile doesn't mean she's easily offended. Yeah, no, fragile mean as in like as in that her narrow cloud itself is fragile, you know, like if you mess too much around with it, you might break it. That kind of thing. And her mod, in where she's carrying a mini fridge full of Red Bull. I fucking love how they just casually mention how they've gone through a zombie apocalypse. Yeah. The Running Dead? I can't remember if it was the Running Dead or the Flying Dead, but they have like their own legally distinct The Walking Dead. But yeah, after being kidnapped by Anna Paldisky, because yeah, Anna kidnapped G11 at one point, which is what led like 45 to meet like the little Isomers. The Flying Dead, right? Yeah, the Flying Dead. And then like Anna was captured during their next mission, which G11 felt it was sort of her fault as well. So she actually went to MP45 and requested for an upgrade because she wanted to be more useful to the team, you know? It's not Red Bull, it's called like Blue Cow. I don't know, maybe? Deer fitted her with an external generator so she will have more energy. This gave her a lot of energy to the point that she was like cleaning the house every hour. And the thing is that she refused, she started causing issues. Oh, I have a typo there, ignore that. Anyway, they started causing issues because she refused to unplug herself to the point that like she didn't run out of energy and didn't like unplug herself and didn't sleep for an entire week. 11 caffeine, I guess. But yeah, and after fixing the issues with the upgrade, now her external battery is only activated during combat. I said her mod story is very fun, but also very interesting to read because it's basically 45 and 416 fighting over whether like the 11 is ready for an upgrade or not. Which I found like so funny for some reason because I'm just like, bro, like what are you her parents? Because 416 keeps going on about like she's not ready, and 45 is like, okay, and who decides if it's not ready? Like it's not you, it's not me. Like only she can decide whether she's ready or not. My two moms can't decide if I can have an upgrade. And as I said, they fight, but eventually she goes through with it because 45 tells 416. 416 was so convinced that 45 had like a strong armed 11 into it, and 45 is like, no, like she came to me, wanted to do it. She's carrying that into battle, yeah. yeah, she is. And you know, they had a lot of. Then she has so much energy that 416 couldn't recognize her. She actually crashed at one point. But 45 was like, ah, whatever, like it'll be fine. But then after a week, it was starting to get on everyone's nerves. And also 416 was actually worried that she was overloading herself. And 45 was like, you know what, you might be right. Because also she started like she started like recovering memories from her past that she had forgotten. And as I mentioned, she had been abandoned. They have a very interesting exchange in when 416 says that 416 asks like, is she doing like all this because she fears that we will abandon her? And 45 is like, no, I think it's the opposite. Like she's doing all this because she knows we won't abandon her, and she wants to be of help to us. And I don't know, it was so sweet. But yeah, as I said, 45 tells 416 to like stop treating her as a kid because she is a member of 404. She is a Tidal. So 416 is like, alright. So like she goes and actually just fist fight her. which eventually leads to 416 being able to unplug her. And I said then like they actually had there fixed the issues, and now she had like a small battery, or a smaller battery, as if that it's only activated during combat. So like outside of combat, she's just pretty much the same. And yeah, important characters from 404. We have these three. Those are Deer, Seer, and Anna. Deer and Seer, they're two siblings. It is implied that they're very well off. Deer is the mechanic. He's an underground mechanic. He's actually kind of a genius. He manages all the repairs and upgrades from 404. Seer is the older sister. And I think she's kind of like logistics / secretary kind of thing. She doesn't show up much, but like it is interesting to know that she was the one that made 416's upgrade outfit. So the girl has taste. And then there's Anna. As I said, she's a baby isomer. Hello, Blue. She's a baby abandoned isomer that Angele found in the Baldiski submarine base. And 404 is basically tasked with like taking care of her. So they're basically the nannies. Seer is cute. Seer is very cute. Look at her. But yeah, that's it for the teams. Now this is something I added pretty last minute, so I'm just gonna go through it. So I added an event timeline because I found out as I was doing this that I'm talking about a lot of things, and I'm not really saying a clear order on when stuff happened. So I just made like a really quick event timeline. They are also like cross-dressing in games. Oh yeah. When in the Division collab, he actually played as a girl. But yeah, so quick summary, quick rundown of like quick timeline rundown. So the first IR team is forced to separate and is later on able to reunite with help of the commander. They reunite with each other. Then the whole thing with IR-15 happens and she escapes from Griffin. Somewhere around that time, Operation Cube takes place. Then IR-15 bombs herself. Elisa breaks M4 Digimind while they were quarantined. Then Rod joins in to replace Arctic Warfare happens along that time frame. Then afterward, M16 infects herself with Paraplu and is lost to Sanguis Fury. As I mentioned, she does this to get information to help Persica repair M4 and have her wake up. 404 is sent to retrieve the drone left behind by M16. At this point, this is when Deep Dive happens. I didn't mention it, but this is when Deep Dive happens, which is basically 45 is hacked by Sanguis Fury since she had been previously infected. And 416 and 11 have to dive into her Digimind to like help restore her. And that is how they get glimpses into her past. Then we go to the joint operation between KCCO and Griffin against Sanguis Fury, which turned out to be a trap. M4 is rescued by IR-15 after the KCCO attack and joins DEFY. This ends with the detonation of the collapsed fluid bomb and the capture of the commander by Paradeus. Then 404 and Griffin rescue the commander. Griffin gets sent to Belgrade to meet with Kay and investigate the city, like things that were happening in the city. DeFi fights against Paradeus and Sanguis Fury to obtain the Pike Node, while Griffin defends the chairwoman of the Pan-European Federation Executive Committee in Belgrade. It was just, there were two things happening at once. I didn't went too much into Griffin's side, but like I added here since it was like part of the same event. It was just two things happening at the same time. And probably because I'm pretty sure Aldrich, which is the chairwoman here, mentioned here, I'm pretty sure she shows up later on. Then Griffin stops in Tallinn in the way to Paldiski, to the Paldiski base, and this is where they learn about the isomers, and when Dandelion gains her new body. And then we have the four-way fight at the Paldiski submarine base, which ends with like N4 and M16 and Elisa gone to somewhere. As I said here, I wrote here Dandelion because I said here it was Dandelion, but it is M4. I'm pretty sure it's M4 because Dandelion is still with us, with the commander. Then Angelia goes to Bremen to find clues regarding William, and there's where she discovered a net of like plant cultists and child trafficking. That is, I'm pretty sure I read that one. I don't know if people were around for like the whole orphanage thing and like RPK torturing that lady and all that. But like a half of Dande? Oh, true. True. They operate weirdly like that. But yeah, so we still have like part of Dandelion with us. Because M4 did have a Dande during that reverse collapse part. Yeah. I mean, they work weirdly because they kind of like be in same places at the same time, so I got mixed up. But yeah, so it was Dandelion then. Or I guess maybe Dandelion helped her. But yeah, the important thing is that we still have a Dandelion with us. Why is that important thing? Because she shows up in story and she's very interesting. And they also merged. Yeah, they merged with yeah, true. But yeah, pretty sure I read like some people might have been around when I read about all the orphanage thing, you know, that it was a bunch of child trafficking, and then these people that wanted plants to take over the world or like wanted to turn into plants, where like RPK like broke some fingers. Not her fingers, she broke the fingers of someone else. At the same time that it was happening, the commander was dealing with Sanguis Fury remnants while recovering from the losses Griffin suffered. Which like basically he had the commander had had them go look into places, you know, when like, oh, we found like some like Siamese fairy ringleaders here, you know, they wanted to capture her. They were looking for Geiger. They sent Architect. R15 was along with Dandelion. So yeah, that is where we are now. And now Mirror Stage is coming, and I'm very excited for it. Everyone said it's so good. I know to the current CN story. Damn! So I'm very excited to read it. I'm gonna be streaming it as I do. However, I am going on break in like 2 weeks. So I'll probably stream just like just Girls Frontline, hoping to be done before then. But we shall see how it goes. So in summary, everything went to shit because of a syscon. Basically, yeah. So yeah, that is it. Credits. IOP Wiki, my beloved, what would I be without you? I took so much information from the wiki. Dual Randomness was very good, yeah. Yeah, IOP Wiki, my beloved. They have a whole ass timeline in there, which helped me build the entire world setting section that I did. It's absolutely fantastic stream, to be honest. Oh, thank you. But yeah, also the lore room gather material in the official Girls Frontline Discord server. Basically, they have a lore room, and there's a pin there with a link to a spreadsheet with so many links to like the art book and like translated stuff and like the confidential files. I said here also I read a lot of the confidential files and the art books. Really good breakdown of everything. Thank you. I'm glad. All the art I use is from login screens, CGs, and official sprites from the game. The music that you hear is from the Girls Frontline OST. The loading screens, animations, and the stingers are from Freya and Mari on Twitter. You can look her up. She has a coffee and she does amazing work. She has a lot of like stingers and like loading screens, sending screens, and like layouts. A bunch of them for free or very cheap. Okumono is a website that has like free to use materials, which is where I got like all these fancy backgrounds that I have on my slides. And the intro AMV was done by someone named Crypt. And I will of course remove it from the VOD because I did not ask for permission to use it. So if anyone watches the VOD later, the AMV won't be there, but I'll probably link it. Because honestly, you should go take it a look and give it a like. It's so good. And yeah, once again, thanks again to the IOP Wiki writers. I will buy you guys a pizza if I could. Because honestly, you saved my life. And that's it. Lore room approves that we're putting to this. Oh god, is there people from the lore room here? Is there actually people from the lore room in here? But yeah, just gonna move to the just chatting screen for a little bit, just because I also made changes to it and I wanna show it off. Let me move up. They know. Shut it down. Abort the mission, cover this blood. Oh no, they know. Yes. Oh no. Welcome. I'm sure that was a gun rundown. I tried to use focus on a lot of things. I said, especially for the world setting part, I try to focus on stuff that's mostly relevant to the story, but honestly, the lore goes just like so deep. So if you wanna check, I'm gonna hand you guys the link. I discovered I can hand you the link, so I will do it. Here you can have the full timeline of events, like the full timeline of events. You know, that it includes a lot of stuff that I just brush over here. But if you're better than me and like following stuff like cover like country politics and all that stuff, you'll probably enjoy the whole timeline. Don't worry, it only gets deeper. It's true. I am so looking forward to Project Neural Cloud and Girls Frontline 2 and Bakery Girl. But yeah, I hope that was helpful, guys. And that you enjoyed. I put a lot of work into it. I was hoping to make, like, you know, my presentation a little more dynamic, but as I said, unfortunately, I didn't really have time to go through my own work beforehand, so I just kind of finished it and then showed it. Which is why I was mostly just reading out the points out loud. I spent so much time reading into the lore of Girls Frontline, I feel like it's a part of me now. Bro, same. Come to reinstall it live on stream, let's go! Oh yeah, I was gonna share that actually. Yeah, the Game Press. I didn't put anything from the Game Press here because I didn't use their articles that much. But they have very good articles, but they go into like specific things. You know, they have, you know, Griffin and Kruger Combat Forces, August and Parapluie, Collapse Technology, Elite, Licorice and Persicaria, the Bailan Island Incident. They have an article about Rosartrism, Project Prometheus and Project Beacon, which is something I actually did not touch here, Soviet Union VIPs, State Security VIPs, KCCO, Relic History, Griffin and Kruger VIPs, Nikal Svigan, which is, I don't remember that person, the Relic System, William and August, Paradeus, and frequently asked questions about polarized light. So let me hand you guys the link, because it's actually, I've taken a little look at them. And it's honestly, they're very good. So if you want to know like more lore and like read on your own, if you want to go deeper, you can. It's very enjoyable to hear someone speak on a subject they enjoy. Oh, thank you. I'll never get over how weird of a name Bakery Girl is. True. Thank you for the stream while I dive with my cleaning my PC setup. Oh, thank you. Dania, my beloved. Can you go over it all again? No. The Girls Frontline rabbit hole deepens. Yeah, it'll just go deeper and deeper. Deep diving pixie for lore. You're gonna find other kind of lore in there. I was also sent. Let me get the link because I was sent. I have it in my bookmarks. I got sent a series of videos. This of someone actually going onto the war setting as well. That's the first video. But yeah, they seem to go into more detail as well as I did. I just kind of brush through a lot of things. Because the thing is that I said I wanted to fit the entire lore, or most of it, into one stream. Time to watch the VOD again, just to make sure I got everything. I mean, if anyone has questions, or like anything they'd like to comment on and talk about before I end, I'm open. I am very much open. But yeah, it's funny because the whole reason I did this was mostly because I know a lot of you guys watching me don't really play the game. But I really appreciate you guys showing up for my Gears Frontline streams anyway, when I stream dual randomness. But it is really hard to follow along if you're not like up to date with stuff. So the main reason I did this was to kind of catch you guys all up and like give you an idea of where things are going, what things are happening, what things happened. So you have like a better idea when I actually stream a mirror stage. Because the thing about Gears Frontline is that I'm really very much a lore enjoyer. Like, me and my sister usually joke about like, oh, Gears Frontline, my favorite visual novel. Because I'm not really here for the gameplay, which is why I really appreciate that I have like an easy mode for events. Because I just want to read the lore. It's just so good. But yeah, the thing that when I wanna enjoy the lore and like share it with you guys, like I wanna enjoy it with everyone. So also I just absolutely love Gears Frontline lore, and I need more people to be into it. Even if you don't play the game, I just need you to be into the lore. Sorry if I just looking around. Oh no worries. I really much appreciate the lurkers as well. And personally, like in for everything, but the story is definitely the main thing. Yeah, no, the story is so good, and the characters. The thing is that I think Gears Frontline benefits a lot of their characters. They have such interesting characters and like such an interesting lore, and they can like mesh those two so good, you know. So the stories, even though they're kind of convoluted, you know, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and they've gotten longer. I don't feel like they get like hard to read. They're actually very enjoyable to read on my end, because like the characters just carry the story so well. I'm on CN server, so I can't read shit. Oh no, you did great. Oh my god, thank you. I love the color you used for the others. Thank you. I just grabbed the loading screen from Gears Frontline and put it in the background. Gears Frontline is very character focused. It is. And I love that. I love how they can use, as I said, they can use the characters to carry the plot so well. Because you have like all these underlining plot lines, which is basically actually like working on this helped me understand the overarching plot, the overarching lore better. Even for me. Because I am also very character focused. Which is why, you know, I was able to ramble about AR team and like 404 so much. But on the lore end, I was kind of lost. Because I really mostly focus on what the characters go through. So I was kind of lost on the whole thing, or like, what's with the Soviets, you know, what's going on. But like actually working on this helped me understand everything a little better. So I was also like so hyped working on this. It's kind of funny to me how unforced attempted suicide is like a flashback told by her, so you know it's not gonna happen, but it really doesn't take from just how much it hurts. Yes! Oh god, that scene. Two days before Mirror Stage drops, Ferrari spoils the entire event. Yeah, no. I know... As I said, I'm not part... I used to be part of I have the Gears Frontline Spanish server, a Discord server, but I haven't really been participating in it so much. So I haven't been reading the events as they drop as much. I used to like pre-read the events because there's, I don't know, I can't remember the name of the absolute madman who like translates all the events on their own in like a few days. But like we will just be waiting for the translations to drop and read them. I don't do that too much anymore, but I still have a friend that does, so sometimes he'll come and drop stuff that happens, and I'll just be like, what? So I know like 2 or 3 things that happen, but I don't know when, I don't know in which event, I don't know what time, I don't know how. So I'm very hyped to read. TL Anon, yes, TL Anon. You don't read my lore articles with obvious spoilers. That guy's a real one. Oh yeah, he is. We love TL Bros, we do. We do love... Oh yeah, Game Press is the only place where I like also that they started doing like lore articles and stuff, because they have also stuff on Project Neural Cloud and Girls Frontline 2. I was reading a bit about Girls Frontline 2 the other day. I only get spoiled because fan art, I gotta get the good art. That is very valid too. But yeah. Oh man, I'm so excited for Mirror Stage. I might start streaming it like on the same Tuesday when it drops. I'll need to check how available I am. I get spoiled because I'm a Nier enjoyer and keep running into Niers I don't want to see, but Loki really want to see. Very valid, very valid. But yeah, I'm just really glad it was actually helpful. I'm not gonna lie, I was very excited to do this, but I was actually kind of nervous because it got very, very long. And it was not my intention for it to be so long. I didn't want to overload people, but it's just, there was so much to go through. Tabar knows there's literally no way I can stream it. Can't believe you just distilled an entire semester into one lecture. That is just my power. But yeah, I just hope you enjoyed. I hope the ones for the people that know the game, I hope it was good enough. I was kind of nervous about like having people that know the game like maybe show up, because I know there's some really serious Girls Frontline lore keepers out there, and one part of me was afraid of like, I don't know, offending anyone. Like someone being like, oh, she didn't go into this, or like she didn't detail about that or whatever. I was like, no, I just want to let my viewers know what's going on. It was really, really good. We're not that rabbit, do not worry. I lurked the Girls Frontline lore room for a while, and it intimidated me a bit. Though it might also be because I'm a girl and I'm not, and also because I'm not really, as I said, it's really hard for me to follow all the political stuff, which is what everyone seems so good on, and it's like, but I did lurk from time to time before I actually started streaming and got too busy to like lurk places. It's not a league lore stream, you're fine. Oh my god, thank you for the thank you for the sub, Erimer. Thank you. What was that noise? I don't know. It's been almost 6 hours now, maybe. But yeah, if you guys want, you know, since like I'm gonna jump right into Mirror Stage, and the only event that I have full before this, it's dual randomness. So I said I'm planning on doing proper lore summaries, you know, of like chapters and events. Have them, as I said, separate them in a way that they're more condensed, that they don't last like 6 hours. Thank you for the follow, Cosno! But yeah, I don't know if you guys will be interested into that, because I'm down. I'm more than down to do it. Was noting more stuff that didn't fit into the slide. Yeah, I really appreciate also all the help and like reminders as well, or like people adding stuff. You did great. I've been playing like I don't know why I'm here. Asta has been playing like I don't know who I am or why I'm here or what I need to do. I just know I need to fight. No, like I remember how that meme was, but like yeah, it was something like that. Also, how dog that like that fall was a rifle coming onto my head. But yeah, thank you for the. All I know is violence. It was a very nice stream. Thank you for it. Don't forget you can pre-read the story events on Pure Frontline Cutscene Interpreter. Oh yeah, true. I mean, I probably won't because I read them on stream as I'm doing them. But it is very good to know there is also that. It could help me if I do the lore summaries. So I don't have to actually reread the events from the game. No, cause no. Sorry about that. I was pretty sure I had removed the link thing, but clearly I didn't. Sorry, the bot instantly kills. Oh! I did not know about this website. I am saving this. I am so saving this. She's been my secretary since the first day I played Frontline 5 years ago. Very good taste. Yeah, I didn't know about the website. Dandelion is my wife. Very valid. Sorry, I'm reading the website. So Dandelion is my wife. Very valid. But yes, that I probably keep asking later on Twitter or something, but if you guys want me to do like actual lore summaries of events before I mean not before anything, just like summary of events, I can do it too. See, like because after mod 3 she's still, but Asta, flat is justice. You gotta be closer to the heart. I have the... you guys remember the pillow thing that, like the flat pillow that was made? That was like IR-15 and 45 chest? I have that. I have that. I had it. It's sitting over there in my couch. But yeah, sorry, I'm just so happy that like people enjoyed and everything. It just I even made like new layouts and everything, and like new everything just to fit the theme. You know, gotta get into the mood. But yeah, I'm gonna go rest. It's almost 6 p.m. I've been at least for literally almost 6 hours. So yeah, thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed. I've said that like a million times. Sorry, it's just hardwiring to my brain to say that at the end of a stream. I hope it was helpful. I hope it was helpful for everyone. Really appreciate people telling me it was good. It means a lot. You did a great job. I will attempt the lore summaries. So for next one, I would probably just kind of work on them slowly and announce them once I have like one ready. Because this ended up being more work than I thought. Thank you for the... Oh my god, it's Mars! I'm gonna go hide now. Thank you, Mars. Hello, Mars. I check your Twitter for updates all the time. Hello. And thank you, Ferrari, also. Wait, are you... Wait, Ferrari, are you also from Game Press? From Game Press? Sorry, I'm just like... I get shy when other content creators from like stuff that I like follow me. Thank you. I knew. Sorry, Ferrari. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure I know a Ferrari from somewhere. But like, I'm mostly on Twitter, so like I just kind of recognize Mars. Oh my God, Mars, thank you. Kat, thank you for gifting a sub to Mars. Thank you. I want that punny thing like in Blue Arcade for my Tiddles. Oh, that will be lovely. Keep up the great work. Oh my God, thank you. I am humbled and honored and oh my God. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you for all the gifted stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will keep up the good work. This motivates me to actually do the lore summaries. I said I'll just work on them more slowly now without like absolutely destroying myself like I did with this one. And those ones will be sure. Leafbox, thank you for gifting a sub to Ferrari. Ferrari, are you named Ferrari after Yu Song's Ferrari joke? But yeah, no, I'm so happy. I love Girls Frontline. I did not know about Girls Frontline like since forever ago, like some people did, you know, from the Chinese development and whatever. I started playing when the game came out in EN. I'm a filthy EN player. But I love the game, I love the lore, I love Mika. It goes further back, but the name is stuck with the meme. It was destiny, clearly. But yeah. So oh, I don't know how to end this now. I'm just so happy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'll see you next time, I guess. And stay tuned for the schedule. There will be a lot of Gears Frontline as I try to read the event. Working on them at a reasonable pace means no keyboard ASMR. I mean, if you guys like the keyboard ASMR-ish thing that I did, I can totally do that again. Hail Lord Yushin for his scripts. All the pain and trauma he gave us, indeed. I also have a special care for Mika because they were the first gacha company thing that came to like a local con that I have here. So like I really appreciated that. I was like, oh, whoa, they came here, even though like this is not like a big con, you know, like a like Anime Expo or like Comic Con or whatever. And you know, like all the communication with the end. I mean, at least before. But yeah, should we raid someone? I didn't even think about it. I was just like ready to end. It's been a while. It's been long. Who can we raid? Pokemon Legends, Final Fantasy. Raid Coco? Okay, we raid Coco. Yeah, Coco is my kind of partner. Like I'm part of a group, I mean, quote-unquote group called 4 Pixels. It's just me and my friend Coco. She also streams. She's currently doing that grind in Final Fantasy XIV. So yeah, let's raid Space Cocoon. But yes, thank you guys again. Thank you, just really thank you. I'm really sorry I'm saying thank you so much. I'm just really grateful. I'm really happy. But yeah, I'll see you guys for Mirror Stage then. 5 hours 50 minutes, let's go. But yeah, thank you again one last time. Let's go with Gears Foxline raid. Have a good night or rest of your day, and hopefully I will see you around for Mirror Stage now that we all are kind of informed and I can fangirl as much as I want. Thank you again, and bye bye. Atsururu.